We're just waiting for Ambergreen to load into Roll20. I called him out. But yes, last time. Well, first, is everybody here for realsies? Naya, are you here?
Yep.
Cool.
I'm here. I'm logging into Roll20 now.
Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, Elvis, do you want to tell us what happened last time?
No,
All right.
I forgot. Well, not forgot.
But the voice.
I mean, like, I have a very Elvis Tavern perspective on it that other people might not appreciate.
Yeah, okay. Well, it was decided that the party would go to the place called Gemery, and that they did find with directions from Arisa. Sort of rough directions. Looking for signs of a still living proxy, who she said had command of that place. And you found her, and you found about 5,000 of her in living a simulacrum of a life in this little town or / fort, where they let you in after you played along with their delusions of reality, and as it would happen, you were lucky enough that your lie that you had been sent by Arisa to repair the connection to the secretary because the connection had gone out, turned out to be based in truth, because indeed the connection has gone out. And well, she said she would get some people on it, and thanked you very much for your assistance. And then you decided that was good, and you left. So you had a long trek back to the cave where you had defeated the frogmen and helped Tumbling Avalanche. And in the 2 days that you've been gone, Dex and his little squad of scouts have been putting their hard work into getting this place to be a little bit livable. So I think we're just gonna bring you back there right now. Now I'm trying something new in Roll20 tonight. I actually turned on the darkness in this map for you, because I think it will set the mood better and has some cool stuff. But let me know if it doesn't work at all, because I've seen situations where I've attempted to move a token and then the entire lighting from the entire map disappeared. So, just tell me if you move and then can't see anything anymore, and I'll turn it back to daylight mode. But for now, here you are. You make it back home with the Redshift kind of on your heels, and you get back into the cave well on time. You don't see anybody up above. The goats are kind of they're allowed to wander a little bit outside still. You imagine the scouts will probably pull them in tonight before the Redshift gets here. And inside, they haven't really done much fortifying upstairs, but downstairs, they were going to be building up the camp a little bit more. So that's where you are now. Do you have control over your tokens and everything like that? Like, is everything working?
Yeah, it seems like it.
Yeah, it seems fine.
So feel free to move around. You're here. You're home.
Yeah, it works.
The team has set up some. They've used bits of the scrap metal that they've been able to collect to fashion a few simple torches around to keep things lit up around here. They've got the stuff soaked in pitch and stuff, so it'll burn for a little while. The cave ceilings are high enough that smoke doesn't get too unpleasant. Yes, Naya.
The torch over by where we started was lit and providing light. The next torch, I couldn't really tell because we were still in the light of the first torch.
Yeah.
Now that I am over by my token is over by the obelisk, there is no light. I mean,
okay.
I had cleared this map, so I have grayscale and line of sight blackness.
Let's see.
And the torch by the bridge, no light.
Yeah, so I've got a token here that says the token emits light, and I mean, I can.
That worked.
I moved it, and now it works for you.
No, whatever the round thing is that's emitting light is producing light. Oh, and now the torches just came on.
Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I don't.
Maybe you have to move it to make it live.
Great. Okay. Yeah. You know what? Just let me know if it goes out, and I'll just move the torches around a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, now the torches are lit and there's light and stuff. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. See the new and improved lighting feature where you can't use the old one anymore. It works. It's worth it.
Was there a fire up here? Because this room's not lit.
No, there is not a fire up there at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, they've just got really the basics set up here. It's very lightweight on supplies. You knew this coming in, of course. Enough to make a camp that'll last a couple weeks without additional supplies. We're gonna have to get somebody in from Jose pretty quickly. A team's gonna have to make the trip back and then get back here. You know, all that stuff. But there's enough food. The water is determined it's safe to boil and drink. So Dex has got the obelisk finished. And he welcomes you back. He's monitoring the obelisk's behavior and making sure it's up and running and we don't have to evacuate or anything.
What's the range of the obelisk?
It will protect this whole cavern, including the upstairs half.
Okay, cool.
But if you were to step outside the front door, essentially, the Redshift will be pretty only a few feet away.
Okay.
So there's just a little bit of leeway there.
But I mean, we're no matter where we are in this cavern on this level, we're covered.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Very good.
He says, "Hey, look at us. We're up and running. We are totally safe down here for the whole week. Welcome back. How did it go?"
It was sad.
It was illuminating.
We probably want to talk to Arissa before we tell the whole story.
I was just thinking the same thing. Arissa, are you there? She pops up and takes a seat on top of the obelisk and says, "Yeah, I was waiting. Hi, everyone."
Hi.
What about the Brigadier? Is she around? Can we bring her up on the telephone?
I can go get her if you want.
That's probably a good idea.
Okay. Give me a minute. She disappears. She just tips over backwards into the onyx. Disappears for a minute. Pops her head back out 2 minutes later, and the communication system blinks to life as well. And the Brigadier is there. And she says, "Hello again, Dex. I see everybody's back. Okay, I'm ready for the briefing."
Okay. Well, first, I guess mission accomplished. We did find a living proxy. We even spoke to her for a bit.
Says, "Yes."
That said, there is some extenuating circumstances.
Fucking nuts.
Yeah. She doesn't seem to know that any time has passed. and she's basically stuck preparing for a parade of some sort. But more importantly, the fort that she was attached to, all of its denizens seem to be projections like your arms were, Arissa, but also not complete, and they also seem to be stuck in this same sort of like moment of time. It's weird though; they did have some continuity, so I don't exactly understand the nature of it.
And they had some individual reactions.
They also all look like they
all are like
and they all
clones
look
of
like
the
they had
proxy.
their head blown off by a canvas.
They look like they were headless, exactly. Specifically, head blown off.
Yeah, they were incomplete.
This is and it looks like it was maybe it was deliberate to me.
Interesting. I don't know that I could speak to that. I mean, she seemed docile. She seemed willing to listen. We did unfortunately enter under false pretenses, but I didn't actually see a better way. So we told her that you had sent us Arissa because the network was down, and we wanted to let them know that you were working on an ad hoc replacement. And I kind of look over at Dex as I say that. And I told him that you might send Decus to connect her to that.
Oh, so she remembered me.
Oh, very much, definitely, immediately. So she's like not herself, and yet she is herself. Just up to about 1,000 years ago. She doesn't.
To her. I mean,
she doesn't remember anything. She said the last time she had spoken to the proxy Invest was approximately secretary. Thank you. Was approximately 2 weeks
ago. Yeah,
16 days ago. To talk about the parade. So we have a moment in time of when everything stopped for her.
That doesn't give me much context, but I mean,
do you remember when the parade would have been in Vess?
Oh gosh, I was never up to date on the holidays and stuff. I was, kind of a hermit. But it must have been around when the Redshift started. At least I guess so, right?
That seems reasonable. I just thought it was interesting that she was actually able to pull out a date-ish in terms of the last time she spoke to the secretary via the network. And it was 16 days, 16 days ago, which means that 16 days later, her world stopped.
Yeah.
And she just has done the same thing every day, day in, day out for 1,000 years. So she's alive, but kind of not.
And what? What are these other projections? What are those?
They all kind of look like clones of her.
They're all basically the soldiers that were at the fort there, going through all their daily routines and everything, their patrols, their exercises, all of that sort of stuff.
When you say clones, you mean like
copies.
They all spoke with her voice.
They all spoke with her voice, and they all had very much like a kind of androgynous body with a head that looked like a swarm of shattered crystals in the shape of where a head used to be.
Besides the head, like a naked elf, right?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
More or less, yeah.
Well, featureless, but
yeah.
Yeah.
The silhouette, though, is definitely of an elf. Yes.
I don't really know.
I wondered perhaps if something like what happened to you happened on a larger scale there, and things didn't quite fall into their favor the way it did for you.
The brigadier says, actually, Mortier told me. She explained when they met this other proxy near Chose. When they interacted with her specter, I suppose. It was rather like a pair of arms and a pair of legs. So I've been told. Um, Similar, perhaps, to what you're describing. If my imagination is correct, about the head being shattered. So it doesn't sound exactly the same, but those are similar.
It makes me wonder if some preserved fragment of her body still exists in some way, and it's scattered across all of these entities instead of being kind of one cohesive sort of
Arisa
thing.
says she doesn't have a body. She's her the woman who made the secretary has been dead for thousands and thousands of years. Her original body, anyway. She turned herself into the secretary on purpose, and after that, I mean, you could say that her body is the sort of brain structure. Did you find her the red crystal housing?
We did.
Yes.
Actually, she invited us into the chamber where it resided. It wasn't her intention for us to see it. I think it was simply that we asked for privacy, and there was no better place.
Could also have been that the ruins allowed us to see something that maybe would have been hidden in grander times.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you told her the secretary network was down, that would be a shocking enough to.
Well, and that Arissa had sent us, and she knew who Arissa was for sure.
It wasn't damaged, was it?
It didn't appear to be.
That was actually a question I had. Would it be possible with a small amount of mithril and onyx to basically take the energy from that and kind of bridge it to a connection to her crystal? Or maybe that'd be a little dangerous because I don't know if we necessarily want to be connected.
You mean connecting her to the obelisk network like I am?
Right.
Maybe not yet.
Dex says, I'm not entirely sure any of us know what would happen if we did that.
Well, it might take a little talking and negotiating, but hear me out on this one. We can convince her, potentially, to help lend the forces at that fort to join us in battle. We might have ourselves an army to help us against the whatever consolidation of power has occurred with the Dragon King and its kin, because I'm sure that's going to come up at some point. I don't think they've left the realm. I just don't think they come out this way anymore.
Well, Nimbus, there's only one problem with that, she says, and she floats up to you. She leans out over the obelisk, and she slaps you in the face. and her head goes right through your head.
Yeah. Until
Um,
until the point that the front lines clash, or that the front line, or that what we have in forces appear to have been flanked, they won't know. They won't know the difference. We'll be able to hide among them if they, but of course, this is not going to work because they would have to be able to leave that site, and I don't think that's going to happen. So maybe
it's
not.
an interesting idea, though. But it occurs to me, I likewise thought it might be dangerous to connect our network directly to her, since we don't actually know her state of mind. We don't know if what we saw was her actually being lucid and clear, or just that we didn't anger her. You know what I mean?
I don't know if I could fit 2 people in here. I mean, maybe. I'm only at 1 obelisk at a time, right? I'm not sure if that would get weird. I'd be willing to talk to her. I'd love to talk to her, actually.
So with the state
the
that her
reason-
crystal is in, maybe she would just be able to be fully supported and contained there, and so there wouldn't be any conflict.
Right. So the reason that I planted the idea that Dekis and his team may show up is because I thought a safer way to do what you were suggesting, Nimbus, would be for us to put an obelisk there, and then Arissa could just talk to her there.
X says, yeah, that makes sense, and I appreciate the vote of confidence there. You think it would support a camp of any sort? We'd have to support the obelisk a little bit. It'd be difficult to just leave it. I suppose we could just leave one out in the Redshift zone. Maybe.
I mean, the ruins aren't in particularly great shape, but if she was willing for us to be there, I'm certain that we could address that. There's good bones, as someone might say there.
I like that term.
For the fact that the people maintaining it are incorporeal, it seemed like it was fairly well intact.
It occurred to me that we could potentially relocate this obelisk at the next waning and claim to be that team that I said was arriving.
Well, I don't know if it's going to be that easy, because everything that's been inscribed into it is relative to this location and its history. So
X nods, yeah.
we would
Right.
we would have to reform. Yeah, that as we say when we're doing alchemy and mixing the chemicals, you can put it in one direction, but you can't put it back the other direction.
Right.
Not
No
without
takesy
magic.
backsies. Right?
Yeah, not without magic or some other extenuating
That requires
circumstances.
a steady hand. But I don't dislike the idea of attempting to get over there and talk to her. Lucent, what do you think? Do you think we could swing another obelisk and I mean, if it's going to be useful to us, then we'll do it. But yeah, if we have the chance soon, maybe we can get an obelisk in that direction.
If we're just leaving it there, could we use the bug?
Yeah, I was about to say, couldn't we use the smaller one?
Our tracking device.
Yeah. The bug it would let us look and hear, but
Yeah, that's not a two-way street, is it?
mhm.
I think my concern is that once
I mean, we could definitely put it over there if we think it's useful. Although I suppose if you had to sneak in the first time, you may have to sneak in again to place the bug in a good location.
True.
I think I'm concerned
no,
that
we didn't have to sneak
her
in.
reaction may not be positive. And therefore, that becomes a dangerous situation to kind of sashay into a very well defended ruin.
She's getting ready for a parade?
Yes, but it's like she's in charge of running this parade that I think is happening in Vess. It's an annual thing.
Yeah, she mentioned it was for some holiday.
I mean, we can basically tell her it was an unscheduled network update.
Well, if she has memory, again, I did tell her that Arissa would be sending Dex and a team.
Yeah.
And if she doesn't have memory, then claiming to be dignitaries who were sent by Arissa because there's a problem would still work, because it worked the first time, right?
Exactly.
True.
Yeah, either we already have a ticket in, or we already know the words to say to go in.
She thinks everybody is still here, though.
Yeah, I think that's my concern, is that the lie that we told and the deception that we basically promoted was that everything has continued on as though it's 1,000 years ago. She may not be very happy to discover that 1,000 years have gone, Bess is gone, everything is gone. She may not react well at all.
Or she might be relieved that the parade isn't something she has to worry about anymore and can focus on other things.
Honestly, I figured that hearing any of this from Arissa was going to be better than hearing it from us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for the vote. Shit. I was really hoping it would not be a situation like this.
Well, it's still better than what I was hoping it wasn't, which was going to be an all-out brawl resolving the crystal being shattered.
We just can't find anybody who's alive out here, like proper, regular alive out here, man.
I did take solace that at least she's not tormented or suffering, like the other proxy.
I guess not. If she's doing work every day, she must be happy as hell.
I mean, we did find a witch once. We haven't seen her in a while.
Also,
yeah, you told me about.
Yeah, she was pleasant.
Well, we don't like finding the dragons alive. Don't worry. Don't read too deep into what I'm saying. It's okay. Listen, I have just as many memory problems as that proxy you met a couple days ago.
I'm going to be completely blunt about something that I had talked about in our last logistics meeting about a week or before the last Redshift. We are going to need a midpoint between here and Chose. It's just too long of a distance to have to cover without having more places to retreat. Yeah, I know we can try to seal ourselves in here if we're here, and make a teleportation circle. We'll have to lose the goats in the process. But
Dex says you're probably right. It's a pretty long trip, and we can only fit a couple weeks of supplies on the skiff. So it'll definitely. It's not like we have really anything sustainable out here. I mean, Kale, you were able to make some hunting, right? And she says, yeah, we found a we found a wild bug, one of the big ones, foraging outside while we were out and about exploring. You may see some of the results of that over by the campfire. But Dex continues. It's really nothing. Not like we don't have reliable. We can't farm. We can't fish. Not really in this. So,
yeah, I mean, honestly, I always thought this cavern is more of a forward base for the aces, or scouts, like not a standing presence.
I mean, we need to get to All Saints, and if we can, the brigadier says, if we can take it from the prince, then yes, All Saints may help. It's still far away from Chose, and it is still in a desert, but
If we can start to regrow the area around All Saints, that might be part of what we really need to do if we're, trying to do what we can to save our Naiad friend and get her working properly instead of blighted because everything's dead around her.
X says an effort of a year's, but it may be one of the steps we need to take. I saw just as well as you on our trip through the desert. There was really not a whole lot out there.
Well, fortunately, we have a very talented druid among us who has the ability to make things grow, and I think our bard,
What?
you too
Bard?
can make things grow wild, right?
Hey, things love music.
Yeah,
Growing things, I mean.
Well,
that would basically be the strategy.
There is a point. Do you think that we'd be able to find a halfway point, perhaps on some sturdy rock somewhere in the middle of the desert, if we can find one? Do you think? I mean, we have. If we take
bring
the
up
stuff
the
from
map real quick.
Jose, we have. Yeah. Let me make sure it loads up on my side. Because I don't know if it does the first load for you guys when you first get on here. It does a very long first load for me. It's actually longer than ever the past couple of days, which is really cool.
Yeah, it's likewise for me.
Cool.
And honestly, it just seems like it's gotten longer and longer the longer their service runs. So
that's really interesting because we've been removing many hundreds of tokens from this map over the course of the campaign.
oh yeah, I don't think it's your data. I think it's the service.
Yep, Roll20 has a memory leak. I don't know if you've noticed.
Actually,
Wait,
I was
so
about
do you-
to ask, how far back does the history go? Wouldn't it be funny if the entire channel histories persisted this entire time?
You fucking think that's it?
My God.
well, I mean, the chat log does, right?
Do you,
Oh my god, really?
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
view all chat entries for this game. It's a link right at the top.
Hang on. Okay, so
Oh shit!
is there a way to open the settings menu, select clear chat archive?
It is that. Holy shit.
Okay, hang on. I'm gonna exit the game real quick so that I can do this. So sorry, we're gonna sidetrack.
No,
Jen
I
can
feel
I
feel,
doubt this.
Roll20 acts exactly as though it has a memory leak. Like,
I doubt it's this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I hope nobody wants any of the stuff that's in there. We're getting rid of it.
well, it was
Yeah, it's
either
all good.
recorded from past
It was-
episodes and it's already,
Oh, no.
available, or if not, then it didn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
All of it mattered. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Sorry, gang.
It's
All right, so
history.
delete chat.
Burning.
Declaring the chat archive for Redshift, and this cannot be undone. Goodbye.
No.
All 100 megabytes of it.
Yep, tabula rasa. It's a whole new world.
Oh my god.
but the memories.
So let's see if that helped. I really doubt that helped, but
All right, well, we'll see when you get us to the world map.
I am on the loading screen. It loaded kind of quick. Like after the black screen, the whole map loaded kind of quick. Like it didn't do the whole like okay.
Yeah.
Before I exited the game, it was literally loading every hex tile by tile on this page.
Right.
Oh, for crying
So
out
I
loud.
want you to tell me if it does that for you guys or if it loads relatively quickly here.
I always see the whole map loaded.
Oh, that was pretty zippy though.
Huh.
Yeah,
Wow.
that was all right.
Do you think it's doing like server do you think it's like querying the character sheets in the chat log always?
Could
Maybe.
be.
Yeah, for all the linked stuff that we keep throwing into chat, it probably is.
It could just be that every server or every room that someone spins up has its own dedicated cache of like chat memory and stuff and some other things that all come from the same pool, and it can optimize some ways, but if you've got a giant chat log, it can't.
Naya, if you cast any spells tonight, let me know if your character sheet runs smoothly for once.
The map is running smoothly.
My character sheet, once it's up, generally runs smoothly and instantaneously.
Really?
Yes, it's an unusual. Well, I've got a beast of a rig too, but it's unusual where I don't.
Okay.
And that usually has to do with, you've been logged into Roll20 for over 2 hours.
Usually when we try to edit your spells, though, it takes like a full minute to like edit the spell name, right?
Well, I know it does for you, but not so much for me.
Okay, fair enough. Anyway, we're on the world map. So
see, we are only like less than 10 miles from All Saints, right?
Yeah. This is very close to All Saints as intended. It's a
which is why I thought this wasn't a bad place to put an obelisk.
This is a great place. I'm saying between here and Chose, not between here and All Saints. This is
especially because between Chose and All Saints is the same distance,
right?
So we're gonna have this problem either way.
Mm-hmm.
But you guys are saying that you like the idea, at least the idea of All Saints as the base rather than the cave. I know that not everybody's comfortable with cave.
The Brigadier says that has worked well for us thus far.
Okay. I mean, I spent too many years with the dwarves, so I don't mind cave.
I also think it depends on how we end up resolving the problem in All Saints.
Yes. I do too. We've got two separate really separate issues in All Saints, and it may take some time to resolve. So,
if
our host here is a nice fella too.
Yeah, I'm happy with the cave the way it's turned out. I'm glad Dex found it to be a suitable outpost for an obelisk.
But it's true that we should find another location nearby. It's unfortunate that the Varia's house and that strange starfish location that you discovered.
That's Taver's house.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's yours now. Right, I forgot. Grave robber rules. Those are not much closer to your current location, and I'm not sure that we could build a fort around those strange coral bits.
So I have another odd question. Every base that we've discovered so far, every place that was a place where we ended up saying, oh yeah, this might make a decent base, has been given to us as information, except Morio's, by our time episodes, right?
Well,
more or less all of them, though.
Not exactly, she says. Silex you discovered on your own. Orvis we discovered. Harpum we discovered.
Wasn't
Ruby
Orvis one that came from a conversation that we had at the let me get over there. At the place, at the event outside of there?
No, if I remember correctly, you traveled to the past after we had established base at Orvis. You had to kill that strange paper creature for us to even get into the city.
Right, I wasn't there for that episode.
I didn't want to interrupt a second time, but if I remember correctly, in what's her name's journal, she said that all of the items inside the house, including the house, was up for grabs. It's not grave robbing.
Fair enough. Don't worry. I've already well approved your plans for a museum, so never fear.
Now, if you'll just approve my hotel plans, we'll be on with this thing.
I've been talking to Captain Nines at Maricus about that one, and we're constructing some logistical plans about it.
I guess I need to develop some plans if I'm going to dibs on something. Shoot, I'm behind the scenes.
Apparently, yes. You need to get on that, Quillix.
Jeez, I guess so.
Quickly.
I mean, honestly, I would help you establish any kind of druidic circle you would want here. That just increases the value of the land.
Well, on the subject of the value of the land, if we found a location that we could support ourselves in the desert, or somewhere that is not quite such a desert, closer to Alsanes, between Alsanes and Chose, then it's not as though we can't simply build a fort out here. We've done it before. It's just harder.
Yeah, I mean, the big challenge is water, right?
Water, and I would say something that isn't simply a shifting sand dune, which, from what you've told me, seems to be. I've had the good fortune of not venturing out into the desert very far myself yet, but from what you've told me, that seems to be most of what's out there.
Definitely.
What Nimbus said. Do any of you have magic that would actually assist with this in an immediate way?
Well, I think Naya and I, at a bare minimum, could certainly lay down a carpet of grass with the right seeds as stock.
What would it last?
They're better than two.
If we had the right grasses, yeah, but I don't think we have those readily available, if I'm being candid. They would come from some other place.
And you're talking about placing those where?
Well, let's say we simply cannot find anything better than the middle of the desert.
Even better than this, where we are?
Right. Say,
because we have a water source here, and there is the room. Is that upstairs or further upstairs? That has grass and kind of a waterfall or a little trickling waterfall type thing. That
yes, the location you have is excellent.
Yeah, I mean, we could actually do something with that back room.
Yeah, the only problem is that it's too far from Chose.
Very far from Chose, and rather risky to brave the Redshift.
Yeah, the big thing here is just trying to establish the supply line. We are too short on experienced wizards to have a permanent teleportation circle set up here.
It would take a year as well. Texas.
Yep. And
if I could perhaps contact. I could think about it at least to start, and then maybe see if I can figure out a way to talk to others. I'm a druid of the coast, so wherever I establish a circle needs to be near water. Fresh or salt doesn't really matter, but it needs to be near water. There are druids of the desert, and so if I could make contact with another druid circle, who could then make contact with another druid circle kind of higher up the chain, they may be able to put us in contact with a druid circle of the desert who'd be willing to come out here and establish a circle in the desert that we could also use as a base, like appended to it.
Maybe this is a silly question. Fine idea, Quillix, and let's keep it on the table. Um, uh, what if we What if we simply dug the sand away down to stone and then like burrowed into it?
Yes.
I had thought about that, and as I will always
Gunther's actually
say,
this good at that sort of thing.
exactly in such matters, we have somebody who is an expert at such things. Something I was thinking about though, looking at our map, while it does swing a little northward, there's the location here. Otherwise, if we don't necessarily want to go that far, I think this is a decent distance from Chose that the folks here either won't run out of supplies or will be able to go back to Chose just as easily as camping out there. And so we'd be able to potentially set it up in such a way that it's not even a permanent base, but we set up just an area that we can kind of set up and use as our kind of transportation midpoint.
What about this spot here?
Well, this spot, the reason why I'm a little concerned is because it creates a line that has line of sight from Vess a lot easier versus I feel like if we were to set it up down here at this location instead, that's still going to be plenty enough time to get supplies to the cave and back on a normal donkey skiff if they're setting out from here.
Okay, so my next question would be, Serb, are these spots with green and brown dots, are they just to break up the unmitigated gold of the desert?
Yes.
Or
Yeah.
are they actually like a grassland spot?
No, they're
They're
just
not grass. You can think of them as bits and spaces where patches of things like cacti and shrubs are able to grow.
Well, that's kind of what I
So
was
we
hoping.
could kind of grab anything. I mean, if you want to be further south to break up line of sight, you could go
Probably even to here.
right there. You go.
Well, that wouldn't be too bad either. The main thing is getting things that do grow and thrive in the desert. Potentially even having trappers try to find birds and other sorts of creatures that thrive in the desert and help move seeds and stuff around and keep things a little maintained and stuff. Add a little more life to things. But doing what we can to set down shrubs and plants and what we need to, potentially using wood and ice and other things to create the form and shape that it's gonna grow over and around, and then just do a whole lot of wild growth to build the plants all up and over and around into a somewhat protected location.
I was not expecting this expedition to eventually turn into desert cartography. But
Well, we didn't know it was as big of a desert from the old maps, but then we came to the mountains, and sure enough,
Arisa says, "Oh, you should have seen it. It was beautiful. It was hills and farmland as far as you could see. This place was full of little villages.
oh, I'm sure it was lovely.
They're probably buried, but I doubt there's much left for you to use. I mean, she looks around and she says, like, this one down here? Not much. I mean, it's good that we're able to make use of the cavern, but I think the cavern's doing most of the work here, not the old stone."
So I have some questions. Are we seeing much in the way of like sandstorms anymore?
Dex says I did take a look when I had a few minutes outside and was getting some sun. I decided to peek over to All Saints, and what I make out to be the city out there is consumed by sand. It wasn't like that when you found it.
Well, the Dryad, Naiad,
But it was like
whatever, woke up and got pissed off. So Alsanes is now consumed by sandstorm, but the rest of the desert. Have we seen much in the way of sandstorms since the wall came down?
The brigadier says, all the scouts that we've had, and I'm sure you've seen this yourself, attest to the weather being very strange out here because this is not an arid environment. In fact, it's rained quite a lot. It's currently springtime. The problem, as I understand it, I'm not a geographer, but the sands do not swallow the water quite as readily as dirt. So we have a lot of very, very small puddles that dry up, then turn to dust, and the odd weather patterns cause that dust to kick up. If you haven't seen anything that's been too harmful for you to deal with, then I'm sure it's not too big of a problem out here in general. But
well, that's kind of what I was looking at.
We have seen a few dust storms.
Well, I was looking at, we could probably do a small base camp that would not be visible from the air about every day's journey. So those would be made of tents. And as long as there aren't a lot of sandstorms or anything that we'd have to deal with, then they're likely to hang around. It's the sandstorms that would have pulled them up by the roots.
Would they be safe, though? We'd need obelisks at each.
No, they're just tents with a campfire. Maybe a box of some supplies. Safe from whom? There's nobody out here except us.
Well, the issue is surviving the Redshift if you can't get back to Shozet, right?
Right.
I thought we were talking about supply chain.
Well, the true problem here is that we need to ensure that we can get supplies to you from here to your current location between Redshifts. Now, obviously, we can do what we've always done and send a team that will go and make the delivery, camp out there, return the next week. These logistics are ingrained in how we do things here, so that's nothing new.
Sure, and you can actually take a sled or take one of the sand sails and do it.
No, I've got a better plan. One that could also use the sand sails if we were transporting people, but one that could technically be done autonomously. Well, on either end. So why don't liken to a river ferry chain? We create a giant chain pulley across the desert that we can send logistics from.
I think I understand.
You could set in pitons every 20 or so miles, right? And these pitons can go deep into the dunes to make sure that the road essentially doesn't get blown away. And then we just trail 120, 204 miles of chain there and back again. And then we could autonomously have somebody pull on a train or something and then bring a package from one place to the other, or we could even just attach a sand skiff to it and then, we wouldn't necessarily need magic or the wind to pull us at that point. Then we could, pull ourselves.
Right, you could have animals drive the chain on either side.
Exactly.
You could move a lot of weight that way, but you would need, 200 some odd miles of chain.
And the bigger the gauge the chain, the more obvious it is from afar, and the more expensive it will be.
Right. The more you can carry on it, though, right?
Exactly. That's why I pointed that out.
I think my
Honestly-
only concern would be what could be
You
seen
think that
from
would
the
take
air.
more or less time to build than an entire teleportation circle.
Yeah, I was gonna say at that point it might just be easier to set up a day that we do a little teleportation magic.
I
You can do that in a
do
month.
not. I want to. I want to thank you for the ideas, though. I don't hate any of these. But we need something relatively quick too.
I mean, honestly, if we're talking about quick, the only way that we could really do anything at all would be to like pile drive a platform into the sand.
Right.
That's expensive.
Well, we have a beholder. I mean, we don't need the construction equipment. We just need the lumber.
She says, I'd be less wary of the chain idea and several of these others if I didn't know there was at least 3 dragon princelings running around.
Yeah, because anything that we do on that scale can be seen from the air.
I'm under no illusions that they don't know basically where we live. But thus far we've been far enough out of their reach that attacking us directly has been not extremely viable for them. But a supply line that long is a very easy target. And
The supply line is there anyway. It's the infrastructure that's the target.
the infrastructure, yes.
It is relatively a cheap material.
The only problem is that if we have to repair it every week, it quickly becomes far beyond worth building.
More so than the manpower that's potentially lost.
Indeed. More so the risk of leaving somebody stranded out where you are, having become reliant on such an infrastructure.
I mean, candidly, until we deal with Vashta and the Dryad or Naiad in Alsanes, anything we do carries that risk. So maybe this is a problem we need to table for now.
Yes, I don't suppose we're going to come up with a solution to it today. Well, the good thing is that those of you who are currently at your the new obelisk, it shouldn't be a problem for you to make it back to Shosei from there between redshifts. That you have ample time for. It for now, for the next few weeks, I think all we can do is make sure that either like you've just said, Lauren, make sure that this is a base camp for your team, because I know that you and Loadbane are able to sustain your team much more easily than the rest of us. Alternatively, for everybody else who's there, we'll have to make sure we handle our supply. The number of supplies we send will have to last, 3-4 weeks, just in case a team cannot reach it in time between redshifts. We may have to cut it tight for a while, but as long as we obey the golden rule, which is to turn around and come home when the first wave occurs, there should not really be any problems. Even if a team runs out of supplies, as long as we're aware of it, it should be possible for that team to retreat back to Shozane if we need to abandon the obelisk you're currently stationed at temporarily.
Well, in terms of us, we can always make food, so I'm not worried about that.
So let's focus on that for now, and I think let's see if we can't solve some of these more immediate problems. All Saints, the proxy, that dragon man. Have we got any other problems?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
3 is not so bad.
yeah. I still worry about what we saw in our vision. I worry about that. What was it called? A tesseract looking thing? That cube?
Oh, yeah. I could, I mean, before we do anything important, I could do a scry on that. Like, I can do it, not just a scry, but you know what I mean? I can do a divination on any question if you come up with a good question.
No. Let's save it for a holiday. We've done a scry recently, and those things are about.
Well, we did one before our last adventure, and again, like I can do them after every long rest, and I have 5 more incenses to do the good thing.
Yeah,
right?
you got a few of them.
Yeah, 5 more. That's.
No, I agree. I was just saying, if this is a pivotal question that needs more information, I can provide it.
I will tell you, though, that this is a much more expensive spell, and I don't think you have the materials required to do it. Actually,
They're all in Shozai. I know you don't. Yeah.
No, but I do have my incense for my divination in my pack.
No,
really?
Actually, you do have just enough to do this. The spell is legend lore, which you do currently have access to. It's just much more expensive than divination.
Oh, and it's not prepared right now.
You can prepare at any time after a long rest, but
Oh, fair.
Name or describe a person, place, or object. You gain a brief summary of significant lore about the thing you named. If the thing you named, however, isn't of legendary importance, you gain no information. The thing you have to be looking for must be, the thing or person or place, must be something that is, in fact, objectively legendary.
Right. I can't go home drunken after a night at the inn and go, the innkeeper's daughter, tell me everything. Unless, of course, enough people had discussed how hot she was over the past period of 6 months. And then I think...
Yeah. Also, the more information you already have about the thing, the more precise and detailed the information you receive is.
Scholars cast this one a lot, then. Anyway, just saying, I have this ability.
You do have that ability. Again, it's very expensive. It would use all of the stuff that you have for divination right now at once, plus you'd have to get a little bit extra from Mercutio. You'd have to commission this spell.
Okay, well, grim, but now you guys know.
Just something to keep in mind, so that you know what you've got in your kit, right?
Yeah, exactly. I was just calling it out. I have this ability. Reminder.
But she says on the back to the subject, she says, yes, that box. We will want to find out about that, but I don't think that's necessarily an immediate problem, right? Unless you think it is still in All Saints. Or do you think it's in the hands of Vashta?
I worry that it's in the hands of Vashta now that he's seen it specifically. Like, I worry that it might have been in All Saints, and he knows that now.
You're right.
Fuck.
He didn't. You described he didn't know what it was when you both. He was there with you.
Right.
It's the elf for being sober.
Right. He knows what we do. The only difference is that All Saints is kind of his domain. Though if it's been obscured in sand this whole time, maybe he hasn't had an opportunity.
Wouldn't we have heard of it if it had happened since we had been there last?
No, we don't know what he would do with it once he had it.
Yeah.
True, but there would have been no effect that we would have heard or felt.
No, why would there be unless he actually used it? And even then, that would depend on the scale of its use, right?
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
No idea what it does. Dex says, "Well, we have a small idea of what it does, but yeah, those effects I imagine our friend Holtzman was describing could range anywhere from minimal to massive scale."
World ending, yeah.
Right. Yeah, fuck me for being drunk when I found out what happened to that cube that we were fighting over.
In real life, the dwarf in real life?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I'm sure that my current state IRL reflects on my player state, right? He's got a flask.
Oh, you did fine in the battle. You were doing quite well in the battle, so maybe that's like the superpower that you need.
Baller peak.
I mean, yeah, Balmer Peak is a thing, but Ambergreen, as I mentioned, I don't know, maybe a month ago or so, I apprehended as I level up, I'm becoming kind of an unstoppable force as long as I'm cogent enough to use my powers right.
Tends to happen to D&D characters, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but 8+ level, like this character with this build, as long as I'm not stupid, I'm pretty hard to kill.
Clerics are pretty busted.
Look, all I know is that I have gazed into the minds of many a dwarf, and it literally says in every single dwarf description.
Needs alcohol to get through the day.
Uses facts there, facts right there. No, I'm just saying that yeah, if I work this character right, the more I grow, the more like offensive and no, I wasn't there when you tried to kill me. I become
a really fun cleric. If you're just realizing now how almost unstoppable you are, is a cleric of death.
No, I know. My deception. I'm a half shade to the left.
Yeah, you're the trickster, but no, the one of death. Literally, it's like if you play them smart, nobody dies ever.
I mean, that's kind of your thing, right?
Yeah, it's nobody dies.
Yeah.
Once you get high enough level, it's like, and I've made sure that nobody dies.
Right.
Oh, go ahead. No.
I was actually just going to suggest that when the redshift wanes again, maybe we should start considering what we're going to do about Alsanes.
I was just going to ask you what you think.
Were we waiting for a specific item from the mother to come into our possession?
She has, well,
grandmother, not the mother. Sorry.
That's all right. She's offered to make a wand.
Yeah, that's.
But
we were waiting on that, but
do we have anything that can support? As I understood it from her, the wand she'd be able to provide. Obviously, she is a powerful dryad, but it is maybe something of a sprout in need of help.
Yeah.
More so than a source of power itself.
No. Wasn't that going to be potentially something that we gave or tried to give to the Naiad to help change her again?
An interesting.
I thought we talked about that.
Well, we have, yes. You think you could simply give it to her as a gift, perhaps?
I don't know if we could get close to her.
Yeah, it would depend on if we could get close to her again, and then, honestly, this is Naya's wheelhouse. She would have to do some nature druid stuff, convince her to take it on and change again so that maybe she could find a way to heal from wounds past. But before that, too, I think it is a priority to deal with the Dragon Prince. Because if we were to like heal the Naiad, or the Naiad were to change in some way, I suspect she might be weak or vulnerable. And honestly, I suspect that just because he's Dragonkin, he has some effect on the environment that he is claiming. So
He also said he likes it this way. He's a fire dragon. If he'd been a water dragon, it would be different. I mean, he said that in the chat.
Do you you haven't bumped into him again, have you?
Nope, not at all.
Odd. The two siblings, the woman and the giant,
Nothing.
well, what I mean to say is they were quite active after they discovered our activities. But we haven't seen or heard of Vashta.
Well, we closed their
in
teleportation
weeks.
circles.
Yes, but before that, after they met you.
Yes, but once they were defeated in battle, they may have been summoned home. And then while they were home, at least the way I thought it went down, while they were home, we destroyed their teleportation circle so they couldn't come back.
That's right. And before that battle, they were very proactive.
They were, and very mouthy.
Arista says, they attacked me. They almost took me apart.
Yep.
I mean, no accounting for siblings, but it's strange that Vashta hasn't done anything remotely the same.
He doesn't seem
did
to have...
seem far more reasonable.
Yeah, he has a different personality. He's also more magically inclined than the other two, and
Also,
he seemed like it anyway.
Maybe a little lazy too.
Maybe lazy.
yeah, like a dragon.
Like maybe arrogant in his magical prowess kind of
Jax, I
thing.
have a question. Are you warding the area that you're speaking in right now? He says, yes. Just as everybody piled around the obelisk, I made sure to cast my spell. So we're safe right now. She says, do you think perhaps this prince could be scrying on us at any time? Do you think perhaps we could maybe lure him into some piece of information we'd like, even so much as say we'd like to speak to you somehow? We don't have any means of communicating with this man.
It would be nice if he was scrying so that he could understand that we would be willing to speak to him. But we did try to make that clear the last time we spoke to him anyway, for what it's worth.
We did. And we gave him information, and for all I know, he took that home and went back to his wizards with maybe the Tesseract to try to figure that out.
Well, he's a dragon, right? Wouldn't that weird legendary spell work on him?
Text says, Text says it depends. Is he well known outside of the Redshift zone where hardly anybody lives? From what I've been able to find out,
No. If you look up in a bestiary, it says dragons are legendary creatures.
Well,
but this is more literal legendary.
I can tell you. I can tell you everything you need to know about a red dragon in general. But this specific half dragon man, I've certainly never heard of him, but it's not really my purview. Has anybody else heard of him before you all met him?
Nope.
That seems unlikely.
Our friend Magnius said even he himself was born in the Redshift zone. They've been here for a long time.
Well, in the Redshift,
legendary within their own faction.
I wonder if the magic works that way.
Oh, yeah. Not sure if that counts.
But I do wonder if Vashta is even here. I feel like, given that he supposedly dealt with the Naiad the first time, I'm surprised that he has not done so again. He's had plenty of time to do so.
Yes, yeah, that's true. Do you think perhaps she has grown stronger since the last time he dealt with her?
Well, she's freed now, because that's one thing. So yeah.
Well, he's the one who supposedly trapped her, so they've probably fought before.
Perhaps you.
And she is now free. Before she was trapped in a grain of sand.
Right.
So
he was the one
free.
who trapped her in a grain of sand.
Right. So now she's free and creating sandstorms, which means it's probably pretty tough for him to fly.
Maybe. I don't actually believe that he depended on his wings to fly, candidly.
He doesn't have wings.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't at all. I
I
figured he was shapeshifted the whole time.
Okay, actually, yeah, I guess I agree with that. But he had no wings when he confronted us.
Yeah, he levitates.
Honestly, he might not so much care because the Dryad is still drying things out. And so even though it's free, it would just be an annoyance to try to attack it. On the other hand, it's very typical for dragons of lesser status to use trickery against stronger or equal opponents.
Do you suppose he's leaving it to us?
That's exactly why I would like
It'd be a smart, lazy thing to do.
Before we do anything to try to fix the Dryad's situation. Naiad.
That sandstorm was rough, candidly. I don't actually know any way around it.
I don't either. I
How
have
did you find your way through it the first time?
by the skin of our teeth.
Well, yeah, and there was kind of a trick to it in that it seemed like every time we were looking for each other, we found what we were looking for, you know? But it was also physically damaging the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually prepared a spell that can help keep me alive, but I can't share it with anybody else, so yeah.
The thing is that we don't know where Vashta is, so if we're an archer looking for a target, we really only have one right now.
You think he might make an appearance if you show up at all things?
Possible.
Maybe if you can calm the sandstorm? If he's keeping his eye on you there?
I think that if we calm the sandstorm, that would definitely draw his attention, assuming that he's looking. If anything, he would be wondering who dealt with the Dryad, even if it wasn't us, you know?
Right. Can't imagine it would be anybody else. At least I hope not. We don't need another third group of people running around this place at this point. Well, I'll get in touch with grandmother again. And in the meantime, why don't you all prepare? Perhaps you could head over to All Saints since it is nearby and scout it out. Maybe you can figure out some way to navigate that storm safely.
I have an off-topic question.
Sure.
Is the sandstorm that was created magical bludgeoning or non-magical bludgeoning?
It would be just regular mundane. I think it was slashing damage actually.
Okay, so I do have a spell that I can cast. It takes one action to cast it on somebody, and I have to be able to touch you. But I can cast Stone Skin on everybody in the party using 5 actions, or 6. It says, this spell turns the flesh of a willing creature you touch as hard as stone. Until the spell ends, which is up to an hour, The target has resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage.
Keep in mind, it also requires diamond dust to cast the spell.
Ah, shit.
I have a bag of that.
You do have some. You can use it once, I think.
Okay, well, never mind then. I think I have a bag of it as well, probably for this spell.
There are no barbarians in the party. They get that for free. 3 to 4 times a day, even.
That sucks. Okay,
Actually,
well...
I'm just imagining a barbarian going through the sandstorm, because since they're taking damage the whole time, they would be permanently in rage. And then they'd be able to go twice as long as anybody else.
I've got two. I've got 2 spells that can help with the sandstorm, but one I can't move, so I'm locked into place. Well, I mean, the whole party almost croaked on that last one.
Yes. Don't go running to your doom. Certainly.
No, but it was kind of rough because everybody had used their spell slots and most of us had taken significant damage. So I'm looking for plan B.
Well, if we're going to do something with that tree, that lake, or the Naiad directly, I imagine you're going to have to figure out a way to get into that storm.
Well, we had talked about going in from the backside. Now, looking at the map, that would probably be like there. So coming around from the backside of the lake, cast water breathing or water walking on everybody. Probably water breathing so that we aren't seen. Go underwater to see.
There's not enough water there to go to like dive. The amount of water in that lake is a puddle under the tree's roots. The lake bed is a few miles wide, but it is mostly dry.
Well, we had talked about Nimbus and I filling it up. But now that we know that causes her great pain,
yes,
at the very least, maybe that's not a good plan.
Iris says from her little seat that she's been sitting on watching this conversation. She says, why don't you just go over there and like try to talk to her from outside the storm? Maybe she'll listen.
Yeah.
We could try it. She was pretty enraged the last time.
I mean, even if she's mad, like, if... Oh, I mean, it's a dumb idea, maybe, but...
No, I agree. It's always worth a shot.
I like it, and she would definitely listen to us if we killed the fucking dragon that put her inside a grain of sand outside of the whole, party that she's throwing.
Oh, see, there you go. Now all we have to do is figure out how to summon that guy here.
Exactly.
All right.
No, not summon him here.
I mean, if he's listening now, he knows that he has to deal with us before he can.
Dex says, no. Nobody can be listening to us right now. We're safe. I've got the private sanctum is online for 24 hours.
Okay. Well, the same problem persists, though. You're right. We don't know where he is or how to get him here. But
we know where his lair is in town.
Right, but he's clearly not there. Otherwise, he's got no problem sitting in a sandstorm, right?
Right.
Maybe he doesn't have a problem with it. He likes it dry. He said he does.
He likes it hot. He didn't say he likes it dry necessarily.
Well, we said, yeah. He said when we asked him about, where's the water, where's the lake, and he said, I like it this way. I'm a fire dragon.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I didn't take that to be dry. I think he likes it hot, and that makes it dry. That's all I was saying.
I took it both. That he literally made it this way because he prefers this environment.
I mean, he wouldn't like water. You're absolutely right.
Well, I prepared Sleet Storm, for example, so I could match the sandstorm with a sleet storm. Well, I couldn't really match it. It's not that big. But, I could make life difficult for both, but it would be for both of them. I don't really want to hurt her. I wouldn't mind hurting the dragon. But I could put that sleet storm into his lair.
Yeah. So let's he wasn't there the last time we looked, so we would have to get there and look. But I like that idea. But it occurs to me that we also don't actually know how to cure the naiad, do we?
No, we don't. I mean, she kind of has to let her guard down.
We know that the spring that feeds the lake is in some way corrupt or contaminated, but we also know that water itself is abhorrent to her right now. So,
right now, in her current condition,
so,
she can't do water of any kind. It's
right.
Burns
So purifying that spring may not even fix the problem. It may make it worse, in fact.
Yeah, I mean,
Did
worst
the
case
desert
scenario,
turn her
we'd have to
sand,
kill her,
or
but I
did
don't want to do that
she-
either.
Did the desert turn her to sand, or did she turn the countryside into desert?
I suspect she turned the countryside into desert, but I don't actually know.
I suspect that she did it when she was transformed by Vashta.
Well, no, I think there must have already been sand there for Vostra to trap her in a grain of sand, right?
Well, I think for what happened, she had said that, or what we had discussed was the idea that when Alsanes was a place that was live, vibrant, that it helped her grow and to be sustained and have purpose, and that without it, she has no real purpose and nothing to sustain, and it's all dead. The impression I got from our previous explorations into the subject is that if we regrow the area and bring life, bring plants, bring creatures to the area around the lake and Alsane, that will reverse her from this current state to one where she's got purpose again, as she's got life again. Things
Right,
that
that
can use and
treats-
consume and sustain water that will then allow her to accept water again.
Right, but that's a long process and a psychological one.
Well,
I mean,
it's
that could be
that's
a
what
long
I'm
time
saying. Like,
happening.
if we're going and just wild growthing the area around willy nilly, doing what we can to start giving life a chance to regrow here, that's going to be the first best step, I think, in combating her dry desert craziness and starting to help restore her to some sort of sanity. That said, she might get a little more powerful along the way, but hopefully we'll get a little bit more sanity and control over herself.
Well, okay, so I'd be willing to go to Alsane's and scout the outside of that sandstorm. Like how big is it? What is the diameter of it? Is it a round storm? Is it a different shape? Whatever. And actually try to figure out, is the storm changing? Is it changed size? Has it died down any? Is it gotten bigger? And just kind of learn some things about it, and then start on the outside of that storm, start using wild growth. If we go into the storm, wild growth will do nothing. The storm will tear it up.
Yeah.
So I have to go outside of the storm, like maybe around the far side of the lake, the actual
Pond, yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, even what would constitute the bottom of the lake once it was filled. But it's like the tree is the naiad is the tree kind of thing, right?
It's the spring. A dryad is a tree, not a naiad.
I wouldn't
dryad.
I wouldn't imply
so-
that we go into it and start doing wild shape. No, it would definitely be in the safe area around, and then hopefully as the life grows, we'll be able to start to encroach further and potentially communicate.
Well, I was even thinking like the base of the pond, what it is now, the puddle, and start wild growthing there. That would eventually become the bottom of the lake once we actually got to the point of being able to fill it. But that would be a close proximity from the back possible way to make growth be closer to her, rather than starting at like where we are on the far side, the south side of that sandstorm. You know, the tree is a little bit on the map, is showing a bit of a distance from the pond, but the pond is actually at the base of the tree, and that's all that's left is a little puddle.
Right. Yeah,
So-
I'm all for coming around the back way, so to speak, because I think we can try, because a bunch of us can do wild growth, at least two of us.
Yeah.
I think that we can try what Nimbus is suggesting, and then if that doesn't work, we can move to investigate the spring, and again try wild growth plant growth if conditions are okay for that, and then if not, one way or another, we have to purify that spring, right? So that'll probably draw the attention of the Naiad one way or another. So I think we can get all of these things done if we like coming through the back way. Plus, I think if we do, we can also try to parlay with her, while we're doing the plant growth stuff, we can see if she'll come talk to us. You know what I mean?
Especially if we're speaking in Sylvan, even if it's like whispers in Sylvan, her consciousness will take that in.
I can see it.
Yeah. I mean, it's like planting seeds, literally and figuratively, psychologically kind of thing. I do have plant growth prepared. So, it's kind of like that was kind of sort of my plan or my thinking, that if we go in and we kind of go around from the backside, I don't know how big that storm is, but I'd be willing to start with the plant growth right on the outside of that storm and see if it shifts the storm any. I mean, it might actually attract the storm, and in which case we have to go back to plan B. I mean, we just don't know what the reaction will be.
Yeah. I mean, I have to commit my prepared spells as we take the long rest during this redshift, but
Right.
I do have magic circle, so if she shows up, I might be able to contain her.
What does Magic Circle do? Can you link it?
Yeah, one sec. I
Do you have the materials?
I happen to be carrying holy water.
Nice. 10-foot radius, 20-foot tall cylinder.
1 minute casting time. So that's 10 turns of combat.
Yeah, you guys would have to watch my shit as I was casting it. I'm just saying I could try,
But yeah, that is a...
I'm kind of looking at this as a non-combat, hopefully, situation where it's more sneaky shit and not combat.
Yeah. I'm just saying if worst case, if push comes to shove, so to speak.
All right. Okay, so choose one or more of the following types. Would you also try to trap Vashta if you showed up? Because you're going to have to choose.
Well, he's part elemental, so I'm
right,
not
but
entirely...
she's a fae, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I can only cast the spell twice, period, with my spell slots, right? So...
And you have to choose one of the following types.
Right.
So...
This is one or more, very clearly.
Oh, does it? Oh, nice.
Shit,
okay.
One or more. You're right.
You can literally say all 5 of them.
Yeah, that's great. I actually didn't notice that when I read it.
I didn't either. Skipped right over that.
Yeah, but because he's only part elemental, I'm not entirely certain how effective it would be.
Right. When you cast a spell, you can elect to pause its magic, to operate in the reverse direction, preventing a creature from leaving the cinder.
Yeah, by default, it protects your group, but you can invert that so it contains a threat.
Oh, I like that. So she can do her own sandstorm within that cylinder, and everybody else goes, phew, give me a break.
Right. For an hour. But yeah, exactly. But I mean, in a worst case, that's an hour we could use to try to calm her down or fix the situation, you know?
Yeah, but she's likely to be really pissed again, being trapped.
It takes a full 10 combat turns to cast. So, like, literally, you'd have to protect my shit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Especially because when casting a spell that has a long casting time, if I remember correctly, you would have to roll concentration.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yep.
I don't think is the spell slot spent after you cast it or when you start casting it?
I think it's when you start. Like, I honestly think it's worst case. I'd have to go look it up again, but
it does tend to go that way, right?
Yeah, exactly.
This is the kind of spell you're supposed to cast, like.
Yeah, you cast it, pause it, and then wait for the guy to come to you. Exactly.
Yeah, or put the summoning circle for the demon inside the.
Right. Exactly.
That you just cast.
So, Lauren, does your plant growth also give you an option between 1 action or 8 hours?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, are you thinking we would do the 8-hour version, or the 1 action version?
Yeah, I mean,
They're a really big difference.
We're close enough that it only takes a day to get there. So I figured we could go there, spend the next day effectively trying to, parlay, cast plant growth on the outside, etc. If that doesn't work, then on the third day we go in. You know what I mean?
I'm just looking at the description here. It says, if you cast this spell over 8 hours, which means we'd have to be on the outside kind of uninterrupted. You enrich the land, all plants in a half-mile radius. Half-mile, centered on the point within range, become enriched for a year. That's, wonderful.
Yeah. And actually, I have a 3rd level spell slot left. So, before the whole long rest of the Redshift happens, I was going to cast it upstairs.
Yeah. Okay, I can deal with that. I've got 3 level 3 spell slots, so I could use one for that.
Only one of you would have to do it. It's not. It won't make too much of a difference if both do.
Yeah. I mean, and it's either of us, because we'll get the spell slot back through the long rest,
And then what's the range of the other version? How big an area for the
normal plants in 100-foot radius, centered on that point. So the 1 action one is kind of a defensive spell.
Yeah, you choose between the plants becoming very overgrown immediately, or you choose the long-term one, which is that they flourish over the course of a year.
So the short-term one is 100-foot radius, centered on that point, become thick and overgrown, and a creature moving through that area must spend 4 feet of movement for every 1 foot it moves. So it's more like a defensive spell, but thick and overgrown is the result, and it's immediate for 100-foot radius.
Right. Just they would die without the enrichment that would keep them alive out here,
Right. Well, if they were outside of the sandstorm, maybe not. But
yeah, I mean, it started raining now, right?
It has.
Yeah. So that's kind of where I'm like, well, if the weather has changed enough already, then I don't think I would be too much in favor of long-term architectural changes to this land based on sand, because it will, relatively speaking, quickly change. Right.
I mean, enough rain seasons and this becomes more like compacted silt. You know what I mean? Like it's going to get hard over the course of a few seasons.
Right.
It's the way I see it. You get the plants down sooner than later, and they'll help fix the sand in place and keep it from sloshing around when the heavy rains come through. And then the other result is as the dirt and everything starts to kind of shift and change to a different sort of environment out here, the ones that were thriving will if they're still able to survive the new changes, they'll do fine. If not, they'll die off, and other things will be able to grow.
Right.
Well, just even things like bringing in birds and bugs, and especially if we're able to expand on the pond and actually encourage it to someday become a lake again, this would just become the bottom of the lake. Some of this, anyway, but it would produce fish and critters and frogs and all those things that live in the greenery. And we could surround all of Alsanes with this kind of growth. It would isolate the sandstorm if it didn't move the sandstorm. But it could help bring, if we look at those 6 hexes around Alsanes, it could radically change the microclimate right there.
A hex is 5 miles, right?
4 to 6, yeah, something like that.
6 miles.
6 miles, yeah. So a half
I
mile.
mean, it'd be a heck of a project, but
So that's 6 level 3 spell slots a hex, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I've only got 2 per redshift.
yeah. So I've got 3, but still, even if we just choose where we're going to start, but the longer one is a half-mile radius. Well, it's got some appeal for.
Yeah, I mean that's 1 mile across. Like properly placed, 6 castings of that spell over 8 hours would fill that whole hex with enriched plant life. Over the course of a year, of course, but still.
Yeah,
That's the thing. Do we want immediate or do we want to wait?
That's
I figured only whatever is there.
Yeah, you would probably want to do a few spots of the more immediate one and then enrich the area that it's at. So the larger, overgrown ones are now able to survive a lot better.
Yeah, the single action option, the plants don't go away after. As a note, they grow overgrown very quickly, but they do not. It's not like they disappear when the spell ends.
Okay.
Right, they would just die off without the proper, nutrients or whatever.
Yeah, so that's why it's like the 1-2. You set down a few of the.
Right, it's like seeding it.
Yep, and then as it starts to develop in the area, things start to move in, and it's able to start trapping moisture. That will start to be a place that you can kind of then either expand out from, or start making a few hubs like that, and at least within a year, if not sooner, we should be seeing a whole lot of improvement in the area.
And yeah, it would be very easy for you to go gather some things from that little garden on the upper floor of the cave.
Well, yeah, I mean, I figured I would be spending a bunch of time up there if I was going to cast plant growth anyway. Or if Naya was, then I could do it while she was casting. You know what I mean? Or vice versa, for that matter.
Were you thinking using the long-term or the short-term spell upstairs?
Oh, the long-term one upstairs, actually. I just wanted to, because I figured, it'll affect the whole area around the cave too, right?
Yeah, it would be a very large space around the cave.
Okay, would that be too many clues for Vasha?
I'm not too worried about that because I think the changing rain is going to make a bunch of stuff flourish in a mega bloom anyway.
Okay, all right, that's reasonable.
That's what happens in California, right? So.
Also true in the desert of Arizona.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Things bloom overnight. Wonderful. Spooky also.
Sounds like you have a plan, roughly.
Well, I think we have kind of an immediate plan, but I honestly don't really have an answer to what we do about.
Yeah, this plan is a couple of 3 question mark things in some of the steps,
Yeah.
Reader says that's
and
okay.
then we blink.
Yeah, we take this one step at a time, right? Like always.
I'm kind of in the mode of doing what we can when we can.
Yes. I think it's a good plan. Give it a shot. Report back soon. Stay safe. Let's stay safe during the Redshift, but let's go with your plan. I'll try to do what I can from here, and I think Nami is supposed to be finishing the third skiff, which should get our scouts able to move out a little bit faster. We'll work on finding something closer, maybe, and RSA, you and I can talk about what we want to do about the proxy, perhaps, and I'll speak to grandmother as well. So
okay, sounds like a plan.
You all worry about your situation over there, and we'll do this. We'll check in and see if we can't help this naiad.
Yeah. Okay. Is the Redshift right on our heels? Has it started?
For you, it'll be here in a couple days. Yeah. She says. Also, Dex. I'd like you to come back to Chose at the next waning. You'll need to send your team to pick up supplies. Like we said, we'll have to make sure you're well stocked over there. So be prepared. Okay, then. I have some other stuff to attend to. I'll leave you to it.
All right, then.
Yep, Roger.
Any other news from across the expedition?
Arsa says not too much. You guys took both of the sand boats, so it's slow going across the sand. Lucent says she still wants to get that other obelisk set up, maybe, but maybe it would be more prudent at this point to go for Gemery or somewhere else. So, I have to think about what I'm going to say to the proxy if I ever do get to meet her. Do let me know if you think you'll be able to deliver an obelisk there. I would. I don't want her to. I don't want to leave her like she is now.
Well, the upside is she's not a threat to anybody so long as she isn't threatened. You know, she can just continue to do her life as she has for the past 1,000 years, and it won't bother anybody.
She shouldn't really be a threat to anyone in general because
she has made that ruin of a fort pretty indefensible. Or defensible. So,
well,
don't piss her off and she's fine.
Unless she's gained some powers that I'm not aware of, she should be in much the same state as me right now, which is to say, a ghost, sort of. If her original form is, like you said, 75% intact.
I think she's a ghost. She's just not aware that it's 1,000 years in the future, and that could be really upsetting.
The projected shape of her body can't interact physically with the world. It's just a projection. She did anything to you if she tried.
Her soldiers did open the gate.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I mean, it seemed like the items that they thought they were holding weren't there, you know? So, for example, any weapons that they might have held as guards or soldiers or anything weren't present. But when they escorted us into the fort and back out, they opened the doors.
Oh, that's not right. I literally can't do that, and I'm a proxy right now, sort of. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but that's why it's important.
Yeah. Well, even the secretary can't do that. I mean, the only way she interacts with the world at all is through the machines that are built into the Star Tower.
Okay, but these machines that this one has made, they function with the ability to interact with objects. So she literally has an army at her beck and call.
These projections, they're not her exactly. They speak with her voice, but it's more like they're the occupants of the original fort, rendered in secretary form in some way.
There is one
other thing that could have happened, and that is that door was also wired up to the Wim Wham with the weird tech that your tower was wired up with. Could be that she opened up the door with magical techy powers and made it look like people were pushing it in order to maintain the illusion of her insanity.
I guess that's possible. I honestly couldn't tell you how the fort is built over there. So you,
The technology or magic that's used over there is very much still active. It powers it powers the towers there and glows.
It wouldn't surprise me to know that she had automated the fort at some point. I mean, I know
there are automated calls that happen, but
right, those same crystals were there.
Yeah, the doors didn't open like on an automated timer. Like they opened when the guards pushed on the gate, giving the appearance of them.
What of the
guards appear to struggle?
Sure, but what of the verbal component? Like, she controls all of them clearly via some computer program herself, or not, sorry, not computer, magical program. She controls them via her mind or whatever. But then there are also these verbal components that you guys we heard through the microphones where it was like, it is thus time of day, it is time to do this. Who was she communicating with?
The people of the fort. See, you're misunderstanding. They did not in any way, shape, or form present as if they were her. They just spoke with her voice and had her body.
Yep.
They presented like they were the actual denizens of the fort. If she's doing it by simulating them.
Well, I never entered the town. I'm only like relating what you said.
Yeah, you would have heard fragments of that conversation.
But I did hear the echoes through the town of the voice calling
right.
out.
My point is she's not controlling them in a conscious sense if she is.
I think she's imagining them. Now
she's existing with them.
Well, either that or it's split personality times 1,000.
That's what I mean when I say imagining.
Yeah. So,
Orissa, I have a question. Were you alone at the tower when the Redshift consumed you?
Me and my proxy.
Ah. So I wonder if this is what happens when there's other people nearby when the Redshift occurred.
Maybe. When the Redshift got here, she managed to absorb my consciousness. She took it. That's how we got mixed up, you know.
Right. I think that happened with the whole fort.
Yep.
Yeah.
I guess that's possible. That's a lot of people.
Yep.
Maybe that's why they're incomplete and can't progress forward.
I feel like the whole thing is hinged on her because they're only as good as she is. They only know as much as she does. They take all their orders from her.
I spent 1,000 years thinking I was the proxy. I mean, things get really mixed up in there. This is not a science. This isn't something I'd want to turn into a science either, I don't think.
Yeah. Well, it just is kind of squirrely the way it is, and but it's why I said, as long as we don't piss her off, she's kind of fine left alone. She seems happy, contented. She's got things to do.
Right. No one seems to be suffering.
Right. Well, everybody seems to be. She may be suffering from an absolute lapse of consciousness, not knowing what year it is, or that 1,000 years have gone by. But in that sense, her ignorance is a kind of Happy place.
True.
I mean, for the moment, I would expect that eventually we'd want to help everybody get up to speed and get current, but some people are not going to take that well. We should be prepared for that.
Yeah, that's also why I didn't think it would be a good idea to just directly connect her to our obelisks.
Well, I'm with
That's
you
a bit of
what we need to
overload.
do. And
I mean, she's got a purpose. It's one thing if you're kind of floating around or flitting around angry and useless like the Dryad is. But when you have a purpose, to find out that every bit of energy and intelligence and effort that you put into maintaining that has been a lie, yeah, that may not go well.
Yeah, that could be the final straw, right?
Right. So, I mean, we have to deal with the psychology fairly gently here and intelligently. So that's why I said, over there, where she is not a danger to anyone in the immediate term.
Right.
She's happy, satisfied, she's got things to do. Got a whole world that she's running right now.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
This is absolutely the brain in a fucking jar argument.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
You know where I stand on fecundity, right? Amber Green isn't thinking about it because he doesn't have all the information that you guys have, but I am.
Well, I just, I look at it as a temporary situation, but in terms of
I'm not
priority.
Yeah, I'm not condoning, or not condoning is the wrong word. I'm not saying that you're wrong in what your final disposition on the circumstance is. I'm just saying that, man, this is a philosophical conundrum, and I know where I stand on this philosophical conundrum, and it isn't here.
Okay, that's fair. I don't expect to stand here forever or for very long.
Right.
It's cool. It's cool. Yeah. Also, Amber Green isn't me. Amber Green's like, I get it. I can be moved by that.
Well, when I look at the priorities, though, there's now today, next week, next month, next year kind of thing, and she falls in the category of 6 months out.
I'm just going to write a really sad song about it.
That makes sense, and that's why it's called a necropolis.
Right? I'm just going to write this song about these people that don't realize that they're not there anymore, but they feel like they are, and you like. I mean, it's Hotel California, right? It's Hotel California, only worse.
Oh, very much worse. And you can call it the necropolis of Gemery.
Oh, for sure. That's in my notebook already.
Because it is a necropolis, even though they don't know it.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's Hotel California, but worse. They never checked in. They didn't get the warning.
But what if they could exist the way Orisa does?
Yeah.
Then it's on us to fix them, right? It's on us to make them Orisa-like.
It's on us to offer the potential.
It's on us.
It's on them to decide yes or no.
They'll dissolve. They'll just dissolve. We will say, here is your new future, and they'll either take it or go.
I don't know that it's going to work out that way.
Yeah, I don't even know if their tech allows.
Yeah, I don't have the knowledge. I don't have the knowledge.
To be clear, though, my take is honestly simply that if we could fix it, we should. And if we can't, we should probably put a stop to it.
Yeah, I kind of agree. And again, Amber Green, if I take myself out of my own mind and put myself into my dwarf mind, he's just going to write a really sad song about it.
That's fair. Could have done the same for Orisa if she hadn't rebounded and said, "Oh, hell yeah! 1,000 years later, I'm in."
Well, yeah, my hope they can be saved, right? And then the choice can be theirs, because honestly, that's who should make that choice.
Yeah.
right
And
now
turn
they
it
can't
from a
even do
necropolis
that.
to a fort.
Yeah, they're ignorant right now. We should at least tell them what's up.
But we need to be prepared when we do tell them that they
Right.
may not thank you very much for the bad news. It's
The way
like
things stand
it's
right
like
now.
taking the different kind of pill in the Matrix and going, you mean what? you mean what? This is my reality? Thank you very much.
I wish I could talk to the secretary right now. She might have some ideas. I mean, she knows her, right?
True. I fear a little for the secretary, to be honest.
I secretly
too.
fear the secretary is evil.
Yeah, me too.
No,
That I took a little offense. She's probably the least evil person I've ever met in my life.
How corruptible was she?
all the more
Oh, Naya, she gave up her own body so that she could serve Vesov.
She have a really clear idea of how she would serve and what she was serving.
As an immortal, near omniscient, ubiquitous servant who could be and was willing to copy herself as many times as needed to different locations in the kingdom to keep things running smoothly.
Do you know how much ego it takes to make that decision? This is the danger.
What I mean, fair. But what I'm saying is, she's not evil.
I hope not. I truly hope not.
Well, we saw the condition of the base of the tower. My concern is that she's broken, not evil.
Right.
broken.
Yeah,
That's
smashed, right? Literally smashed.
Well, I mean, the bottom of that tower looked like it was a thing alive, or something that had been stretched like taffy.
Yeah. So if she had any weak links in terms of her psychology, she could have been compromised.
I mean,
Even if that wasn't her plan, or she didn't seem like a good target for that.
Yeah, I think this was something else. Something from the outside acted on this place.
if there's nobody else still in that tower and she's still around in there, I mean, she's been alone for 1,000 years at this point. That's even she'd have a hard time with that, I think. But well, darn. Now I just want to talk to her even more.
Well, I think
Maybe
we could
should try
probably.
to get Obelisk over there. At least a small enough one that you can communicate with.
I think that you could probably have a conversation with the proxy at Gemery.
You guys got to hurry up and get all the way up to the tower
Yeah.
if you get to the bottom of this.
We're working on it.
You are.
Yeah, we're closer than we've ever been before.
Yep.
Well, I'll do my part. Technically, I'll stand a little bit closer, but
Fair.
you're doing great. I'll do my part. We'll get me over to Gameray sometime if you can. Well, I'll have to talk to Lucette about it, I guess. She's the one with the obelisks. So
Yeah.
see ya. You all have time for a long rest. Before you long rest, Mott, do you want to do your spell upstairs or not?
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah, Naya, how do you want to do this? Because I think we also want to take the time to like collect as many seeds and things as we can from up there.
You have several days,
Right.
of course.
We have several days? Okay, I was thinking it was tomorrow or something.
Well, and the whole we have to wait out the whole redshift anyway, too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that we could do the whole plant growth thing during the redshift proper. So is there anything we want to do while we can still go outside?
You won't have enough time to go outside for much longer, very far anyway.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, in terms of like, do we want to go ahead and
go
do
out
some?
the front door then.
Do we want to like do any plant growth right here? Like,
That's the plan, as I understand it. Go upstairs into that little garden. And
no,
Yeah,
I mean
exactly.
go like outside and down onto the sand, right next to the rock. Right?
That might be a little too far for you to safely go, as the redshift is impending.
But you said a couple of days. That's a couple miles.
Oh yeah. No, it is. I think you could, if you wanted to. Yeah, you could probably take a day to hike out, like to the edge, maybe.
I'm kind of looking at starting some growth more close to the rocks, the red dunes.
Yeah, because you'd have to hike out there, spend the 8 hours, and then hike on back before
Right.
nightfall. So,
yeah, that's cutting it close.
Well, I
Cutting it
figure
close,
if it's just the two of you going out, you'd be using wild shape just to kind of ride out there and back a lot faster.
Well, we don't both have to go because I'm still going to cast it in the cave. You know what I mean?
Right.
Okay.
Well, I can go alone.
Well, that way you can wild shape so you could fly.
True.
Yeah, you could fly there and back. Get
Like
to a
it.
place nearby, land.
I do have a wild
Shape
shape
out.
left. Okay. Well, that's kind of what I'm thinking is right kind of here.
Okay.
Just outside the rocky area where growth might be, brush and scrub and all those things that kind of produce bugs and
Yeah.
attract rain and birds. And
So you're both doing the 8-hour process?
Yeah.
I'm going to do it outside, and then once the what's it called, redshift occurs, then I'll come inside and do that as well somewhere. I mean,
Okay.
because I can.
All right. So you both take the time to do this. It will be some time before you see results, but you know that the spell works. You don't have to like spend the spell cast or anything, so you can all
Okay,
hit
so
long
everybody
rest.
just click a long rest. Okay.
Yeah. Go right ahead and do that. And eventually you're Naya, you're able to make it back to base. Especially in your case, Naya, when you get out to there, you can sort of see the cloud near Alsanes on the horizon.
Yeah. Well, she can fly up to other rocks too.
Yeah, and just as you're sitting on the dirt, and I assume as part of this, probably your hands are in contact with the ground, or you're touching a plant. In fact, out of your periphery, you can just notice that swirling in the distance, but over the 8 hours that you spend concentrating, it doesn't change. You hear the wildlife skitter by you occasionally, once every now and then, as you're concentrating. They don't bother you, really. Investigative a little bit.
Is there anything in Sylvan that she can, or Druidic, that she can say that would help anchor the result?
If
things that she would know.
If you would like the part of the spell to be a mantra of sorts, it can be, but it's not necessary or functionally.
Well, I was kind of looking at having it be attractive to wildlife. As hey, it's coming,
definitely
guys.
you can definitely kind of use the spell to sort of like focus that intention into it.
Yeah. Okay.
And again, yeah.
So she does that.
Apply a mantra to the verbal component as you're casting it, and again, you're out here sitting in this spot for 8 full hours.
Right.
And this isn't a wizard doing like chalk drawings and stuff for 20 minutes. This is druid shit where you are literally sitting as still as a stone for the whole time.
And not an uninterrupted concentration on growth and earth. So there is a point in there where she can actually see below the sand.
How do you mean?
Underneath the sand, there is earth. And underneath the earth, there are earthworms. And other kinds of bugs.
Probably eventually. I don't think you can see them.
But she's having a trance moment.
You know that they're there, yeah.
Yeah, visualize it.
That's right. So it's part of her druid skills to be able to contact earth and its various creatures.
And Mount Lauren's option is the singing route, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
I know a very angsty fairy who would get along with that.
I'm a very angsty druid who would get along with that. I've done it myself.
I'm not angsty.
She's not.
No.
I don't know that I could pull that off either, honestly.
That's okay. There's a certain quality to it that you have to... it takes practice.
Like whining.
But, your efforts, I mean, as far as you can tell, are very successful as they can be. The enrichment of these locations has begun, and it is...
How quickly do you begin to see results? I know that it lasts for a year, but how long does it take to begin to show results?
Considering it, like the way the spell description works, it really, I think, expects you to like go into a farm and cast this shit, right? Like go up to a farmer and be like, "I'll plant growth for you," and then do that. So the plants yield twice the normal amount of food when harvested. Tell me that whatever stage you catch them in their growth cycle, what will happen is that their mature forms will be healthy, free of disease, and particularly robust. So any plants that are currently young would, exactly, Mont Lauren. And anything that blooms, anything that becomes mature, any very young plants would mature, not necessarily more quickly, but just very voluminously. And anything that is already mature, any like flowering cacti or anything, will go crazy over the next year.
Cool. The desert in Arizona is literally like that.
Totally.
You would never recognize it from the day before a rain to the day after a rain. You're like, what the fuck just happened?
All the shit that I talk about Arizona, and I talk a lot of shit about Arizona, let's be clear. What you're saying is true. The desert does bloom when it is wet.
Now, why don't we take a 5-minute restroom break, and then when we get back, we'll talk about what happens during the Redshift.
Cool.
Cool.
All right.
Okie dokie.
So, like, my last visit to Phoenix, Arizona was absolutely fucking ruined by monsoon rains. So, it does get wet. And the desert does bloom if you're not in the city of Glendale, Phoenix. If you're outside of the city, in, like, the areas nearby, which are mostly protected, you will see some pretty great stuff. If you happen to be there, camped on high land, or in an RV where you're not washed out in the very few moments where it is inundated with actual rain.
Right. My memories of Arizona are as a pine-studded mountain.
I was going to say, your mom lived in Flagstaff, which is a lie. Flagstaff is
we lived in Pine Top.
Okay, you're right. You're right. Pine Top and Flags. Sorry, they're mountain break.
They're like 6 hours away.
No. They're not 6 hours because that state.
No, because you got to wind yourself down the fucking mountain, dude.
No, I know, but that state is not 6 hours apart.
I'm saying getting up and down the mountain takes.
I know. Pine Top is in the north. I actually went through Pine Top when I was moving Kimberly out of Phoenix up to Colorado.
Where?
Myself, and I thought to myself, "Holy shit, it's Pine Top! This is the place that Snipe Hunter talks about."
I can't imagine why anybody would have a road that goes through something up there.
It totally does, and it was something about my perversity and the way I drove the U-Haul from Glendale, Phoenix, up to Colorado. But we went through both. I think it was that I was trying to avoid driving through the goddamn Sonora.
Sure, I mean, I'd rather drive through a forest than the desert.
Well, and there are very few places in Arizona that are again, they're a lie. Look, we're mountains. We're mountains. We get snow. Look, there's pine trees here. It's mountains.
Yeah.
Lie. It's fucking Arizona.
Well, I mean, where I lived, it was pine trees and mountains.
Yeah,
I mean, if you go up to
the one highway goes through there. I get it.
Did you go look me up? Did you just go look me up?
Yeah, the 260 goes through there.
Yeah, well, I explicitly was. I mean, you remember at the time you were there. Well, not there, but you were on my tip. At the time, I was all about using anything but the most conventional routes. Like I went down there via Route 666, so I could be like, look, I went on the way that Mickey and Mallory went. I was very much that way.
Totally. Yeah, when I was a kid, there was only a logging road, and it led down to the other highway, so it was like a long-ass drive, and then you could take that down to Phoenix.
Likewise, Pine Top is like 15 miles from Fire on the Mountain, right?
Yeah, that was the town just up the mountain from us.
Exactly. The UFOs that anal probe the dude and all that.
Yeah.
I used to live in Bisbee and then Tucson.
So Bisbee and fucking Tucson. At least Tucson is like, okay, I've only been to Tucson once and I was maybe 7. So my memory is that Tucson is a vast golf course, which is really bad for my perception of the world because no part of Arizona should be a golf course. That said,
I feel wasteful.
Well, come on, dude, it's the Sonora, and when it's not the Sonora, it's the Mojave. So what the fuck is Arizona other than a state on life? Fucking beep, 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 and the IV is all coming from Colorado. And by the way, our rights here in San Diego are bigger than your Arizona rights, so they're going to shut your shit down before they shut us down.
Oh, yeah. Have you noticed that water conflict has already started?
Yes. Yeah, well, you know that this is a thing that this is the thing I focus on. This is one of my pets, like water. And I live at the end of the straw. And frankly, fuck Arizona. Cut you guys right out. Sorry. Love you, mean it.
Oh.
You have no reason to exist. You exist entirely on the water from Colorado that, by the way, we have better rights for. So sorry.
You're saying cap the cap?
I'm saying turn the cap off. You can't exist without the cap. You shouldn't be there.
You live in California, but I also agree.
The cap is a mistake. Let me be very clear. I believe that the cap is a bad idea.
They also changed the numbers, and they didn't rewrite the law.
Exactly. Also, why does it have a fucking roof on it? Why does it have a roof on it that's solar capturing that powers the pumps? You dumb asses. Duh. Did any one of you go to design school? What the fuck?
No, because
when they originally
25 years ago, solar was not economically viable, so even the energy companies didn't go to solar.
You're totally right, and it's not 25, it's more like 50, but I mean, yes, you're correct. But
well, how the fuck old am I? I was in the energy industry all of my career.
Shit, I forgot you were in energy. I forgot you were in energy, Paul.
It's like you guys. I mean, I'm working for guys who create charitable foundations. It's like, what the fuck? Why aren't you doing all the other forms of energy and just make it an entire energy conglomerate?
But if nothing else, black ping pong balls.
Fuck!
They're doing that now.
I know.
They are now. I was just 25 years.
Finally.
I was 25 years too early, and I'm really fucking old now. Thank you very much, Snipey.
Right, I was gonna say, Paul, you were all about the black fucking ping pong balls. What, 50 years ago, 25 years ago? Like,
50 years ago. Fuck you.
I love you. Come on. I feel the same way. It was me 50 years ago.
I mean, I spent my entire career pretty much pissed off that nobody was willing to take their charitable foundation and redirect some of it to alternative energy. Like, there were perfect moments throughout the years where you could do solar, wind, whatever, and public thinking about it was changing, and there was money, and nope.
Yeah, right? I mean, at least we have a couple examples of Helios 1 out here between Vegas and where I am, which are pretty amazing. When you see them in operation, it's like, holy shit, look at that.
Yeah. It was really, I spent most of honestly, the last probably 10, 15 years of my career bitching about that because they were all so stupid and short-sighted and greedy.
I'm with you.
And I'm not in that business anymore. But I did live in Bisbee, and I did live in Tucson, and I spent some time up in Prescott.
Oh, Prescott's nice.
Prescott Valley.
Prescott's
and
like,
there are pine trees.
I was gonna say, that feels like mountains. When you're in Prescott, you're like, oh shit, is this actually Arizona? Like, and I'm more like,
and there are actually pine trees up there.
Yeah, totally. Get gas, we're leaving, and we're gonna go down to Glendale fucking Phoenix and just take my life. Fuck this place.
Phoenix is actually I don't know what you call it, geomancing, maybe? Is a happy place for me.
Yeah.
The flip side of that is it's horrible.
Yeah, I was going to say, I
cannot
fucking stand Phoenix. I have had so many bad experiences.
You cannot see the end of town because of the fucking pollution.
Oh, I grew up in Orange County, California. That's life. That's just me. That doesn't bother me.
Well, but, some of us grew up here in Colorado where, the brown cloud was a thing. And so we worked hard with the climate change stuff and to fix those problems with regard to, like, the brown cloud. Phoenix is the fucking brown cloud all the time.
Yeah, I was
it's terrifying.
So, like, yeah.
I mean, it's really scary.
Snipey also, like, Snipey and I both, like, we used to go to school and be like, we would joke, oh dude, we heard on the radio this morning, if you had the radio on, that it's a stage 3 smog alert. I'll bet you in PE they're going to make us run the mile. Ha ha. Yes, and of course they did.
It was horrifying. When we drive into town and I see the sign that says, welcome to Phoenix, it's like, you're kidding me. I can't see anything. Here I'm on the outskirts of town at the city line, and I cannot see anything. That's terrifying.
Oh, sure, but like go over the grapevine in 1984 coming into LA. It's way worse than it is today.
I can't do LA. LA is not a happy place.
No, Phoenix. LA is not a happy place.
LA was really toxic. I would get like almost lesions on my lips. It was burning my lips. It was toxic to be there. I could not be there.
Psychic herpes.
Yeah, something like that. It was awful. And I had
Las Vegas.
I had like a trance experience at the Santa Monica Beach.
The pier and the beach, yeah.
Maybe it was the other one. What's the other one that's nearby?
Venice.
Say again?
Venice Beach.
No, we didn't go that way. We went the other way.
Sunset or Santa Monica, or if we're going north from that, Snipey, help me out.
I'm drawn.
Malibu.
It is north.
Yeah. I'm reaching, man. I'm reaching, and I've been living. I live in San Diego right now. I'm at the far.
San Diego was a good place.
We're all right.
LA was toxic. I went there and I was just like my face, my lips especially were like
my boss calls it
freaking out. But I had a weird experience on the beach there, like a Lost Time episode. It's like, okay, that's fine. I don't need to come back here. And so I've been through LA a couple times doing conventions or whatever, but never spent any time there that I could help it. San Diego was nice, was a good place.
Yeah, San Diego feels pretty good overall as a vibe.
It does, actually.
Vegas, I also feel the same way as you're talking about LA. Vegas feels to me like a pocket at a time.
I used to live in Vegas. It was a horrifying place in terms of the amount of despair.
Emotionally, it feels like a combination of both like deep despair and high like crescendo awesome, and then the whole world around you when you're on the strip is entirely artificial and fabricated. So it's like, if that's what you're there for, which of course you are, that's dope. But at the same time, there's this chorus of despair plus
fear.
Awesome. And fear. Yeah, the undertone of fear. Like it's so gross emotionally. It's an emotionally disgusting place.
Las Vegas was a really, really great place to practice because it was so hard.
It's just so hard, right? I have trouble sleeping in Las Vegas.
And then you go out to just Palm Desert, I mean, not that far, but Palm Desert was kind of like LA too.
Yeah. Well, and all those areas, they're like, I don't know, they feel fakey to me. 29.
Well, they are. They're all based on appearance, not on substance.
In California, everybody that's old goes and retires. This place, it's in the desert. It has golf.
Hemet?
Not Hemet, because Hemet's
Palm Springs.
Palm Springs.
Palm Springs, yeah, it was near Palm Desert.
If you can't afford it, you go to Hemet. Yeah, exactly. And Palm Springs is it's like a cemetery to me, only no one's dead.
Well, the town is sinking.
No, I know. They're not dead yet, but they are.
I'm just saying it's burying itself,
Well, I think it's a fair statement that the vibe of a place is based on the population there, and a lot of people go to Palm Springs to die.
To die, frankly, yes.
And there are places in Florida that are like that, and you can feel that vibe if you're tuned into it. It's like going to a college town. It feels really up and vibrant and energetic, and it's awesome, because there are lots of young people and they have high energy, and it's all bing, 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 bing on terms of ideas and brainstorming and stuff.
Right.
Discipline is shit, but if you're going for ideas, that's a great place to hang out. Bisbee was a great place to be an artist, a writer, anywhere where you could do life remote, because they didn't have any kind of foothold in the ground.
Right. Yeah. I found that a lot of places
not grounded
in the middle of fucking nowhere are kind of like that. They're like, artists gather here and it's a nexus. They'll call it a nexus, or say there's an energy thing.
Yeah. Bisbee has a cave to it on the way in that says it's the time travel cave.
There you go. There's your nexus.
It's like things change when you get there, and Bisbee is different and interesting, and I had talked it up enough, I guess, that my folks decided to take a trip down to Bisbee, and so they did, and they found it kind of fascinating as a little kind of tourist trap kind of place.
Yeah. I lived in Ashland, Oregon. Ashland, Oregon has a college, so it's kind of a college town, but it's this weird, just north of Arrowhead, and Arrowhead is a nexus, quote, quote, and Ashland also supposedly is a place where it's just got this. Right. Supposedly it's magical. I went there because of the college, and fell in. It's
really interesting when you find your happy places and then your not happy places. That's a really interesting, kind of weird thing to know.
But the thing about Ashland is weird is that I would only return there for any period of time if I had a fuck ton of money. Because all the stuff that makes it dope is incidental, and all the stuff that makes it stay there forever is money. Which is weird, and I don't know how to describe it, but that's a northern West Coast thing. It's like anchors of money that all the punks and hippies wash up against, and it's the kind of money that loves the punks and hippies, for lack of a better way to describe it. So they let it happen. It's a really weird circumstance that I've been on both sides of now. It's really strange.
Is everybody back?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so. Well, and also, yeah, anybody watching, come on, man. This is why you watch this channel.
Thank you though. We can return if everybody's ready.
Yes, okay.
Back.
Has everybody long rested?
I pushed the button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll push the button.
About 3 days later, so you are here. Whiling away the time, waiting for the redshift to break. Occasionally venturing upstairs to, check on it, check on the goats and everything. There is a utterance from the obelisk. You hear the brigadier. Whoever's close by, you hear the brigadier at the time. This is in probably near dusk, in fact. Although it's a little harder to keep track of time down here, but like I said, you can get upstairs now and then. She comes on and she seems a little harried at the moment.
Oh no.
She says, "Hello, Dex. Anybody is Lauren? Anybody right there?
Yep.
At the obelisk.
Absolutely.
Hello. I have someone here who would like to speak to you. Next to her face appears a pixie.
Does she have a bunch of extra wings?
Wings are like fractals that you can't tell where they begin or end.
Oh.
And
Oh yeah.
extra
Is
pair
she
of
drunk yet?
eyes. No, actually.
Is she drunk yet?
She says the brigadier says she asked for you specifically, and the pixie says, "There you are. I need your help. I found something out in the desert I was exploring, and I think you might be interested in it because I think it might be weird or like evil."
I like evil and weird.
That
I mean, I don't like evil, but
those are things we investigate for sure. Thanks.
Okay, where are you? I can come lead you to it, but
So you know those red bluffs a ways to the
I saw.
west of here, east of here, north of here. Dex, do we have a secure
You have a secure line?
Give me 10 minutes. I apologize. This was a little sudden.
Yeah, before we discuss anything else, we need to make sure that anything we discuss isn't potentially leaking out into dangerous scrying, prying eyes and ears.
Jeez. Okay, I guess I could wait. Is really?
Yeah,
Is that like a big deal out here?
Yeah.
It is. And it's okay if you want to stick around. Once we're all done, I know some things you can do around there that I think you'll enjoy.
Well, okay. 10 minutes. I'll wait.
Yeah, sure. Not as a like prying like, oh, what were you doing? But just I have no idea about your life and how you go about it. Do you just cross the desert often? Is it a comfortable place for you?
Well, not really, but ever since that big glass wall disappeared, I thought I might as well check it out, right?
Oh,
Seems very reasonable.
I've been on the forest side of the mountains my whole life, so that's interesting and new. there's this weird, talking skull that I happened upon. It looked like just a skull. I thought it was, something I could maybe investigate on my own as an explorer. But then it started talking, and then I thought maybe I should have somebody who is good at killing things take a look at it. And you were the first people I thought of.
I know scale is a thing, and a lot of things are larger than you, but relative to us and the size of our heads, how big was this skull?
Bigger than your heads.
Was it bigger than us? Was it bigger than like a building?
Bigger than you?
Bigger than us. Okay. That's a pretty big skull. All right. That's that definitely sounds like something that warrants not only the investigation, but of course like
running like heck.
Well, dealing with. For all the sort of stuff that we've dealt with, we're going to run away from a skull. It better be because there's a giant worm that just popped up and is about to consume. Because I think we're still not dealing with the giant purple worm if we see it. Have you seen that thing around, by the way? Do you know its patterns at all?
I don't, and I feel glad that I don't haven't.
Okay, well that's great, because it is a massive, who knows, half a mile long, giant purple worm that will emerge out from under the ground and eat an entire cow whole.
Oh, no, thank you.
Probably the dirt, yeah, and then it'll just dive back into the ground. We saw it once, and we've been out here for a few years.
But it was horrifying.
It was horrifying, and I wonder if it's just strayed a little far from its home in the north, where I understand there's just horrifying creatures as far as the eye can see. Or maybe your eye won't see that far because you'll be dead by horrible creatures that fast. But from what I hear, it's pretty terrible. So it might just be like an earthworm from there.
Okay, noted places to avoid. Got it.
Yeah. Oh, so you haven't ever been to that forest along the north area?
Mostly the forest nearby the mountains. I've poked my head out once or twice out in the more open spaces, but those two dragons were always running around as well, and now that they're gone, things are way more peaceful around here.
Yeah.
Right?
Definitely.
I haven't had to hide from a salamander in months.
Are you done yet, Dex?
Flexes my clothes. You're welcome.
Yeah, just one little. Okay, we're safe.
Okay, so what's up?
So
tell us everything.
Yes,
I found a weird talking skull. I think you should look at it. It seems suspect. Maybe evil.
A talking skull.
Do you know what it was saying? Were you able to interpret it?
Yeah, it told me to leave or something terrible would happen.
Oh, okay. Well,
okay.
That's a pretty
okay
direct request there.
Was it a jewel?
How close?
Where was it located? Remember where you were?
Let's see. If we go east from the city here, it would be only a few days. Where are you again?
Those red bluffs further to the not west, in fact, the east of here.
Okay.
Can I suss out what she means?
Not just from a few days near Jose. Not really.
Yeah, that's a pretty wide swath of desert.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would definitely need to guide us. That's we have the phrase finding a needle in a haystack, but I don't know if
he says, like, okay, so if I fly that way, like north of the sun a little bit, then Is that the right way? Yeah.
It, she's looking at a map, right? Do we have a map?
You could show her a map through the
we would
projection.
probably use the map to try to coordinate like direction and sort of stuff.
Yes, my map is a beautiful map.
Right. I was going to say, yeah, landmarks are common at least.
I think I get it. Okay, so
You should definitely visit Demira's first and second watch.
which, well, sure. You can show me around there, I guess, after we get this skull, right?
Yes, absolutely. Sure.
Cool.
Oh, what kind of shape was the skull in? Did it look like an animal skull or a...
Dead?
Was it bejeweled?
No, it was like a person. I don't think it had jewels.
So it looked like a human? Like
Was
a
it
person
floating?
skull?
Just a really big one,
Big one. I
like a
it
giant.
wasn't floating
skull.
when I saw it.
Did it cast fireballs at you?
Okay?
Oh,
now,
I flew away.
let me ask a more relevant question. How close were you when it actually spoke to you?
Oh, good question. Maybe 10 wing beats.
Okay, so you were pretty close to it then.
I mean, yeah, I was checking it out, and then all of a sudden it started, talking and
Okay.
Was it really
echoing
like
and
obvious on the landscape? Like you could fly over it and see it and go, oh, I think I'll check that out?
oh, if I was at bird's height, yeah, I'd probably be able to see it from very far away.
Okay.
What did it move? Like, did the jaw move when it spoke? Did the eyes light up or anything, or did it stay completely still?
I think it was mostly still. I honestly, it kind of startled me, and I didn't. I wasn't too worried about all that stuff.
I totally get you.
Yeah. You think you could maybe? Like I know you guys are out here and dealing with the bad monsters that show up. So if this is some kind of weird monster, it seems like the kind of thing that would be good for you to.
Yeah, I'm definitely glad you came to us. I don't think we can not investigate. I think this is something we need to at least evaluate.
Yeah, we just need to get a handle on where it is.
Okay, I think I know which way I need to fly to get to you. So I'll be there in a few days.
Great. We'll see you then.
She flies away, and the brigadier. You see the brigadier say, "Wait, she just flew into the." Is that okay?
Yeah,
she does that.
She does the Redshift.
Yeah,
I mean,
for her, the Redshift, as you could see, didn't really maim her in some sort of bad way. She actually
made her wings.
Yeah, she
made her wings crystals. So, but she can work them.
She liked the extra eyes that she got from it. She felt like it was a blessing for her, but I guess she's one of the lucky ones.
I guess
It's also fucking crazy.
All right, I didn't.
So just to clarify, she was at Chose when the call came through?
Yeah, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
She showed up here minutes ago asking for you.
Okay.
And now she is on her way, I guess. So do keep her safe, I suppose.
Yeah, all she's got to do is come in the cave and she'll be safe.
Yeah, okay.
I wonder if she'll travel faster than the homing seagull. The messenger seagull.
Well,
yeah, I don't know.
She is able to travel pretty fast by flight. And a few days later, you are met by at some point whoever perhaps is upstairs to meet her, and then lead her down. You are met by the pixie Nyatha, who has arrived. She says, "Oh, hey everybody. Cool.
Hey.
Cool cave. So I can show you the way. When do you want to go?"
When that Redshift is gone, because you can't go into it.
Yeah, I remember you said something like that. Okay.
Okay.
I'm sure we've
Got
got
it.
a bottle of wine or something around here, though, while we wait.
Dex shakes his head. That
No?
limited space on the skiff, my friend.
Well, do we have some, like...
I know Ambergris got a flask.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sure we've got something.
Stereotyping.
If not,
are you
Literally established earlier in the session. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, yes, I do.
Are you all wasting space on your skiff carrying alcohol out here?
A very small amount of space. Don't worry.
No, but also yes.
Would you say the same of my underwear, for example?
Very useful for cooking.
There's a certain amount of, ephemera and personal effects that someone can bring. I'm sure it's fine.
Whatever, it's not a big deal.
Otherwise, I was going to see what fruits or grains we have and just start fermenting something. Freeze distill it.
Mushrooms. Mushroom wine.
She Albus, she sits on your shoulder if you give her the goods.
Oh, yeah, sure. Here.
All right, guess we'll wait a bit.
I mean,
Got a new friend, Alvis.
Yeah, because she only drinks like a half an acorn at a time or whatever.
Right.
Oh, that dragon, silver dragon, Mom, not the bad red dragon. Your friend, baby thing. His name was Ruby. He says, "Hey."
Yeah, I miss him.
I ran into him at Jose.
He's a good fellow. A lot of fun.
Yeah.
I said he could come, but he didn't want to go into the Redshift.
Yeah,
That's a good idea for him. It was not kind to him.
Mm.
yeah.
Yo, on
Kind of
your
messed the
advent-
wing up. That's how we met.
on your adventures, did you happen to find or see a rabbit? A really big rabbit?
It's a quadruped, like
I've
a
seen
horse,
rabbits.
but it's got rabbit-like features and a bunch of evil red eye.
Okay, that's different than a rabbit.
It's a big rabbit.
Big. Did it have like 4 little red rabbit babies?
Maybe we haven't seen it in a while.
It hypnotized things.
Now that you mention it, I think I might have seen it like last winter walking around.
Oh yeah, where? I want to mark it on my map.
He's
Let's
had
see that.
kind of a streak for vengeance against that thing.
Kind of.
I want to wear it. I want to eat it.
You know where the swamp meets the forest?
Yes.
I think it was around there. I remember I was digging for some swamp plants in the winter, roots and stuff, and yeah, I just thought it was a weird animal. I didn't know you hated it.
He hates it. For us, it's more just something that we have to be cautious about encountering because it kind of has some hypnotizing effects with the eyes, and then
Did it try to eat you?
I think after we started the offensive, it just kept trying to run away because it realized it was outnumbered. But yeah, one-on-one, it probably would have eaten somebody. It would have eaten Alvastaver if he was just out. I think.
Also, animals like that can't. That's a menace. That's like a basilisk. That's terrible. High price.
All right.
Bad news bongos.
So yeah, whatever you spend the rest of the time doing, you're able to entertain yourselves for the remainder. But unless anybody else wants to do something else, we can move on to the moment that the redshift clears away for you.
Sounds good.
Did we, Alvis, did you come up with a probable location for where our friend is talking about the skull?
Oh, she's going to lead you there herself.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Dex sees you off. He'll be. He says, "Feel free to come back here if you want. I'm leaving Tumbling Avalanche in charge for now. The rest of us are going to go back to Chose and try to get some supplies out here. So, this place is all yours for a week."
Sounds good. We'll hold a party or something.
All right.
Exactly. He'll invite the entire guild.
Don't knock it down. All right, so he and the three scouts, they set off toward their skiff. Nyatha leads you a little more southerly. If you want to go grab your skiff, you can probably swing around to it. And I'll just tell you that she leads you down here.
Okay. Then that's like a couple of days of skiffing.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Okay.
It'll take you about 2.5 days.
Could you open up the map, please?
Did I not open up the map? I did.
Nope.
It's open for me.
You mean revealing the map?
Reveal, yes.
Oh, okay. I clicked it again, and now it's loading again. There we go. So yeah. Basically,
I had a memory leak.
you are able to travel following this glittering pixie down to here. You bid farewell to the rest of the team as you leave the rocky area. They're off with several of the goats. They do leave some of the goats behind because they don't need as many, and you can help take care of them out here. But you were able to take your skiff with the wind. And where you end up is... Oh, I am once more, as usual, assuming that create food and water and stuff is happening. Is that
Right.
Is that correct,
Yeah.
as usual? Great. Let me get you all on the map. Amber Green, did you not hit the long rest button? Your token still has low health.
Oh, I thought I did. Hold up.
Isn't he also cursed?
No.
There, I hit it again.
Why is your token wrong? What happened to...
Yeah, my sheet looks.
This happened last time too, right?
Do you have a minus on your HP?
No, it doesn't. It's all zeros.
Let me take a look. Yeah, your HP looks fine on your sheet. No, Albus, pixie dust is generated by grinding up pixie wings, not from...
All it takes is faith and trust.
Ew.
Ah.
Okay,
So
I have
Got it.
fixed it. I need to disable and then reactivate your token, because what I had to do was I had to unset the HP value on your token and then set it back to the same value that it was pulling from, and then it actually decided that it wanted to accept the value. So
here we are gods.
Yeah, okay. So she leads you here.
Wow. Let me just reload roll 20 here.
Okay.
Right. Oh shit, is dark. Oh wait, is not.
Did something happen with the lights again?
It didn't even
But
finish.
now I'm back.
For me, it didn't even finish fading in the loading screen. It just froze semi-transparent.
Okay.
It's cool. I reloaded. It's fine.
Place.
Yeah, I can see the whole thing right now.
Excellent.
Okay, so I see a scene, but I don't see my character.
Over on the west side, down at the bottom?
Yeah, you're on the left.
Or I guess in the middle, but bottom of the stack.
Wow, wait, it's tentacular.
Oh, there it is.
Okay. You approach a pool, a glittering, steaming pool that is evaporating before your very eyes. In a sort of dip in the sand here, next to a small spit of rock that sticks out of the sand. There's some plant life shrubbery scattered about nearby, and in the middle of the pond is a gigantic skull looking at the sky. Around the skull wriggle what appear to be thorny vines. Numerous vine-like shapes coil into and out of the water. Nyatha says, well, this is it.
What language did it speak to you in?
The one I normally use. So this one.
Is that Sylvan or Common?
She's speaking your common language.
Okay.
These cacti here, do they seem to be in any way related to the vines in the water?
You don't think so? You've seen the similar type of cactus here and there around the desert. They seem as native as things get around here.
Cool.
Yeah, haven't I eaten these?
Probably. At the very least, your goats have.
Right, I was gonna say, yeah. Does this look like something I would keep my goats away from, or let them eat?
No, yeah. These things seem
Sheep. I was a shepherd.
right. The cacti seem fine and natural. You'd guess they're well rooted in the sand, and what's unusual here, you assume from recent rains, is this puddle, and of course somehow the skull that has appeared within.
Yeah, I'm tripping on the skull in the middle. Where's the rest of the body? Why is there just a skull here? What's up?
First thing I noticed were the fangs.
Yeah, I saw that also, right? But the lack of the rest of the body makes like was this a floating flaming skull like the one we saw years, or not even years, but a couple years ago? Right, but I mean a giant version of the same, right?
No, it would already be flaming.
Well,
Over here by the
Larn. Nimbus, that is a secondary pool of water.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of like splash like a little pebble or something into it to see if it has like the consistency and properties of water, or if it's some other fluid.
Very much appears to be still steamy rainwater.
Okay.
And
it's particularly hot here.
It is warm. Yeah, like I said, it is actively evaporating before your very eyes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I'll just read it.
Out from the skull, you hear a voice. It booms and echoes, and the skull does not move, but you hear the voice reverberate from within. And it warns you to remain away, trespassers, lest you incur the wrath of a damned grave.
Oh, we could fix the damned part about this grave. Concentrate it.
Yeah, we're not thieves or grave robbers or anything.
I mean, most of us, but yeah.
This place is not for mortal intervention.
I mean, it's really hard to talk with you in that skull. Do you think you could come out?
What?
Well, it's very impressive. I really like the resonance, but I admit a lot of what you're saying is just getting lost in the noise, you know? So
Yeah,
if you could just come out, we could talk.
A head of wild, thorny hair pops out of the nose. Behind her floats a scorpion's tail. With a now rather tiny voice, she says, "You can't hear me?"
Well, that's a little better. It'd be better if you were closer, but I mean, we don't mean any harm. Actually, do you need any help?
Nyatha flies up and she says, "Mazia, what are you doing here?" I found this cool spot and I was gonna keep it.
It is cool. I have no idea what that is.
Who are these people?
This is pretty fucking metal. Who are you?
I live here.
Right, what's your name? Tell me your story. I will write your song. I bust out my paper and pen.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
it's a thing.
I'll take my flute out and play a couple like keynotes, like. Oh, I like that one. Do you like that? That's your tone. That's your song. I'm gonna do a thing based. What's your key? What are you about? And then I get my pen again.
So I came all the way out. Nyatha says, I came all the way out here and fetched these lovely, helpful people to deal with you just pretending to be a cool monster.
I'm not a monster.
No,
not you. I didn't know what we were gonna do with the skull. I wanted to keep people away from it. And what if one of those dragons comes along and wants this thing? I gotta protect it, right?
Oh damn, she's not with the dragons, you guys.
Yep.
At the same time, they both say, "No, we hate them."
We hate them too.
I mean, hate's a strong word.
Okay.
We
we want to clear them out of the area, depose their leadership, and reverse the effect.
I mean, guy's kind of a dick, right?
Like
they killed the giant and his sister. That's how they got through the big wall. Well, oh wait, really? Wow.
Oh, what?
Super cool. I was wondering why the wall
they were
disappeared.
defeated in combat. You might see them. Well, we're trying to make sure they never appear. That's the whole point of things here. Don't worry about the this and that.
Well, wait, where did the skull come from?
Oh,
I don't know. I just found it.
You
It was here.
Do you know of any of those dragon people that have like a base or a fort or something out this way that they use for operations? Because that would really help us if we know where they might come at us from.
I've only explored the desert a little bit. Not that says yeah, we're from the same village. So yeah, we've only. I guess she got ahead of me out here in the desert.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, what else is new?
The skull is a pretty cool home though. Like, we're definitely not here to take it or anything. If this is what you want to call home, that's cool.
Nice. Now this says how did you do the vines? Were they like there already? And Mazia says, huh? Wait, where did those come from?
I should probably cast Mage Armor right now.
Yeah, y'all can roll initiative, actually.
Oh, shit.
Oh, perfect. All right. I request a bird token, please.
Not at all.
I thought I put him on the thingy. My bad.
Maybe I missed him.
There is a bird. No, I think I missed him. I thought about. I did Keen, and then I was like, "That's the familiar."
Keen is far beyond just familiar.
Oh, whoops! That second one is not correct. Let me
Should. Okay, so Nimbus is 13, and then
Nimbus is 13, and then Badath is 6 plus. What's Badath's?
yes, we'll just use the die number. That's good. 1, 2.
I'm opening the character sheet. 1. So it'll be a 7.
7.
Do we have some recognition of what we're up against?
Yes. 3 mounds of immense twisted bundles of these thorny
we've
vines.
seen shambling mounds. There's one of those protecting the seeds at the pods we got the children seeds from.
They rise out of the near boiling water. You note that they are not fully unsubmerged out of the water. They and nor have many of the tendrils and vines that spread around the skull stopped their activity. It seems these 3 have just kind of come up from wherever they were lurking below, and do not comprise the entirety of the plant creatures that you can see here. But right now, there are 3 of them. And the first thing that gets to happen is... that's not right. They have lower initiative than you, I'm pretty sure, Albus Tavern, so you should be the one going first there. I'm pretty sure they have lower than Amber Green as well.
I rolled badly.
That should be Keen. Alvis Taver rolled an 11.
Oh.
I rolled a 3.
Can you roll one off Keen's character sheet with her token selected?
That's much poorer.
Do that again. You got an 11. You're still above. You're still tied with a different shambling mount. And Keen's on top. Okay, so can I assume you're riding Keen at the moment, or is she solo?
Yeah.
What does Keen want to do?
Keen, being more on the ball than me because I was reaching down to wash my face in the water, pulls me back.
All right.
And over to where the rest of the party is so that we can form up. And then Keen will reserve an action to bite, or not bite, trample anything that comes in distance.
Nice. Okay. Misia takes the opportunity to shriek and fly as fast as she can in this direction. Montlarin, she nearly clips your ear with her scorpion's tail. But you know what? I'm gonna mark these.
We'll protect you, fair maiden. Oh, the stabber's corny. He'd say that.
I believe you.
I mean, she even did the scream track.
Yeah. The pink mound of roots and vines approaches. One. Oh, click the token. 1, 2, 3. Amber Green, you're in front. So you are going to be taking a multi-attack that something special happens if both of these hit you. So
why you attack me, shambling mound?
Oh, okay, interception. So okay, yes, the trample does have. Okay, so all these things happen. So interception is reduce the damage. Okay, so you reduce the damage that happens. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, and the trample is gonna hit.
You can't knock a mound prone, can you?
I don't think so.
They're not immune to being prone.
Oh wow.
Oh.
So it does have to make a strength saving throw. It's pretty good at those, though.
That's different than Pathfinder.
If
Oh, wow. That is the first thing to fail.
Yeah. Okay. So as it approaches, it takes 13 bludgeoning damage.
Nice.
And is knocked prone. Which means she is able to bat this thing with her metal paws in such a way that the top heavy weight of this cluster of vines just floof and splashes a torrent of warm water.
Like jumped up and smacked this dude in the face and knocked it into the water.
Yeah, pretty much. However, being prone doesn't prevent attacks from happening.
No. Still, that's pretty sick. Way to go, little rat.
So,
Mecha rat.
out from the lump, even as it's falling over.
Shoot tendrils.
Yeah, and they're gonna try to slam you, Amber Green, both of them. So
yeah, I thought you rolled for that.
Your AC, I did not hit the button yet. So your AC is 14.
14.
All right, let's see what happens.
Garfield.
First one misses. The second one hits. You take 10 bludgeoning damage.
Ow!
10. Holy fuckity.
That would be the one that I intercepted, right?
Yeah, it's only when something hits, right?
Yeah.
Yep, it's when it hits a target. So you get to roll a d10 plus your proficiency bonus to reduce that damage.
I love how it says hit.
I didn't mean to click that. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's really cool how Roll20 is a good UI and stuff.
Yeah, it's awesome.
That was an accident.
No problem.
I wonder if it would have been better if they programmed it in like R or something. More like
All right.
data oriented.
Amber Green, so you only take 3 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm good.
The beast is knocked down by Keen. the first attempt at slamming you misses thanks to that movement, and then Mon,
you bitch.
you're able to just get your shield over Ambergreen's head as he ducks down from the other one and block the blow.
Imagine the slime.
It's a little slimy. But that was the Pink Mound's entire turn. So it's Nimbus, you're up.
All right. So, taking a look at where everything's at, drawing a little mental circle. I think everybody knows about what time this is.
Fireball.
A 20-foot radius sphere centered on a point.
Just don't use any electricity.
Why? Do they...
Shambling mountains heal if you electrify them.
Thank you.
20 foot looks like it doesn't hit any of us.
Well, it wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he's aiming for, right?
Right.
But yeah, it's gonna hit those guys in a big way. So now the question is, do I upcast it because they're all in a cluster and I know it's gonna hit them all, or not because I don't know if they're gonna resist it?
High risk, high reward.
That's a mantra.
There's more fireballs where they're coming from. I don't move that fast.
That's what she said.
Do it.
All right.
Holy shit!
Cool. So dex saves all around.
Yep.
Doesn't that change that one right there?
The prone one.
No.
No. Ones to twos is only on cold damage.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and prone. Let me just double check. I don't think does anything to saves. Disadvantage on. Prone does give it disadvantage on attack rolls. What the fuck?
Well, yeah. If you're knocked down on the ground, it's hard to.
I didn't know that.
It's one of the.
Let me roll the slam again and see if it gets under a 14. Because Ambergreen might not take any damage and might have his reaction back.
Oh hell yes! It's one of the ways that I know.
It rolled a hit.
Still hits.
That I know that in real life I'm at least a level 12 fighter because I have prone fighting, which in the original is a feat that you could only take at level 12.
That's sick. But if you're talking about AD&D, you must be 13 plus.
Oh shit! No, it's 13 plus. I thought it was.
Anyway. Moving on.
Yes.
We do dex saves.
That's a rabbit hole.
All right. Dex save.
We'll do blue, pink, and then red.
Yes.
Do I dex sync or no?
No, you're fine.
Okay. Super failed. Now, Nimbus, you see the fireball consume them, and you get the sense that these things are able to kind of shrug off that fire damage a little bit because of the fact that they are very healthy looking, watery infused vines that they're definitely not burning in this shit, right?
Gross.
Mm-hmm. But they take some fire damage.
How much of the pool was it able to boil off?
None.
None?
Yeah, there's definitely like a splash. I guess you could say there's some there is maybe a puff of steam, but this pool seems to be fairly deep, maybe a few feet. So it would take more than a couple fireballs to really boil
That's fair. Okie dokie. And that being it, I'm going to the death would not be on my shoulder. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because quite honestly, I don't think I need to be next to them.
Yeah, that's a cool place to be. Okay, Montlauren, you're up.
All right. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying A because I wrote it up next to you.
Yeah. So let's see. Do I want to do?
Creature is currently prone.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm just going to take a whack at it then. That gives me advantage, right?
You do have advantage as long as you're within 5 feet.
Whack it.
Wow, that was really useless advantage.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I'll get it on the backswing. Nope, I will not.
Wow. This is another one of the Montlaran classics, right?
Yeah. I just need some practice swings, guys. I'll be fine.
Oh, that is. That character at the end of your name in Elvish there, that's Junior.
I will tell you, Montlaran, though, as you're swinging your sword around, you also saw Nimbus's fireball go off, and these things kind of they're definitely not burning, and they're definitely kind of okay with that fire.
Gotcha. Okay.
But Alvis gets a turn now, and he is also adjacent to a prone enemy.
Die, knave.
Yeah, that'll do. Cool. So you're gonna do 23 damage. Got anything else you want to throw in there?
I really wish I did.
That's okay. Rogues do, they're kind of one shots, right?
Hey, I am
Also mass cannon, so to speak.
You're also a fighter.
Brass cannon, so to speak.
Yeah.
I'm almost equal of both. Not yet. I will be next level.
Well, if that is your turn and you're gonna stay on Keen's back, you are fine right where you are.
That is exactly my turn.
Shambling Mound number blue is going to approach. Now it will have to make a dash.
Blorbo, blorbo, blorbo.
And it peels itself out of the water, but you can see vines trailing behind it.
This is the price we pay for not having Sirenscape.
Yeah. Sorry, it's all extra software.
Not a sponsor.
All right, and it approaches you, but
My God, so close, Montlaran, so close.
it did make a dash. And Naya, you're up. What would you like to do in this situation? Once again, I'll remind you that you saw Nimbus's fireball was a little ineffectual.
Yeah. So I think I'm gonna do that.
Cool. That's a good to hit. Melee spell.
I think she's close enough, right? Yeah, 5, 10. Okay.
Yeah, 30 feet.
That comes out of nowhere, right?
What?
Yeah, totally. That's dope. Yeah, I asked, do you manifest that? That comes out of nowhere, right? Totally does.
Yeah, it does. Okay. Which one are you attacking?
Blue.
Okay, blue. Blue takes 6 damage. Do you want to pull the creature toward you?
Didn't know I had an option.
Oh, you don't have an option, actually. You pull it. Okay.
Also kind of hot. Like, can you imagine, like, if your mistress or girlfriend could just manifest a thorn whip? Just like,
Yeah, I get you.
damn.
Okay, so here I am now the tank.
Okay. Cool. And do you want to do anything else now?
I don't think I can.
All right. We'll see what happens on your next turn then. Will Badath be doing anything?
Yeah, Badath is gonna kind of move up here for the moment.
Okay. Yeah, that rock is maybe 5 to 10 feet tall at the very top.
Yeah, that'd be good.
So plenty of space up there to just perch. All right, Shambling Mound color red is going to also have to take a dash.
Known to its friends as Colorado.
Yeah.
Oh,
We went all the way back. And that makes it back round to your turn, Amber Green. You're still next to this prone mound.
Yeah. Indeed I am. Indeed I am. I think perhaps I might stand, like just take a strategic step and put my foot onto a tendril, like a fat tendril, a good-sized piece of the shambling mound that is prone near me, and then inflict wounds.
One that threatens to pop.
That's what I'm saying. Like something thick, something going all the way back, right? I feel like I should be able to like shift my weight quickly and just be like, oh yeah, well wham, and just put my fucking heel on it and
You
do
have advantage on the attack roll since you're within 5 feet.
Oh, I do. I do, in fact. All right, advantage is on. Someone's having a actual race up I-5 right now, which is pretty sick. Okay, time to inflict wounds.
Stall out the digital dice roll so that it's guaranteed to go higher the longer it is between rolls. Very well done.
Wham, wham, wham.
When you make contact with the juicy tendril, you're able to pump it full of necrosis, and it...
Holy crap, 29 points of necrotic damage.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It and an entire strand of vine just shrivel through the whole body of the beast.
These boots are made for stomping.
Minus 29. Well done. You want to do anything else?
No, I will say one of these days these boots are going to stomp all over you, and I point at the at the pink mound.
All right.
Sing it, honey.
The two Nyatha, who is very close to this shambling mound that Naya has pulled. She also shrieks, and she flies into the arms of her friend, and they kind of twirl off out of the way of this event. And it's Keen's turn.
Keen, realizing that we are in deep shit, is going to disengage.
Okay.
And then back up Naya. Actually, we're going to go here. It's not far, but it's good.
Cool. Okay. Shambling Mound Pink. It's able to use its movement to stand up. And Amber Green, considering you were the one who just injured it severely, it's going to try to slam you again. So this works this time. No advantages or anything, but yeah.
Garfield.
It's just got to be a 14. It's got a pretty good chance.
No, it doesn't.
Well. All right, Mont, roll that interception. Okay, that reduces all the damage. So you take 0 damage, but you are still hit by it.
You did get slammed. It just didn't hurt.
Is that all you got? Is that all you got?
Yeah, you get elbowed by Montlarin as he is slammed by the...
Thanks, Elf.
And number 2.
Half Elf. I mean half.
Oh, that's a crit miss.
No, you're full Elf.
Yeah.
Actually, Amber Green doesn't give any fucks at all about race, so he's just
right.
Like,
that has long been abandoned and cares about that in the Redshift zone. It tries to swing at you with its half shriveled arm, where you've shriveled the vine that would be the bone of this left arm. And Amber Green, it does hit you, but it's just a wet, like soggy seaweed flop.
Yeah, it's because he's a high elf, and that's like, I mean, shit, dude. He's so tall.
I'm actually a moon elf.
I burst out laughing on that one.
But I mean, being not hurt, this is exactly my tone of humor.
That's the Shambling Mound's full turn though. So Nimbus, you're back up.
All right. Targeting pink here. This is a somewhat of a probing shot. Does cold damage it? Remember,
thanks for doing that.
If it's not immune, it doesn't resist mine.
Okay. In that case, we'll make the con save first. Good rolls tonight. The cold seems to work fine. You're able to clutch that healthy, watery flesh and frostbite it.
Cool. Thank you for doing that. That tells me what I can do next.
What I'm going to do with my bonus action, something very predictable.
Yep.
And so we've got level 4 upcast Dragon's Breath Ice on Badath.
Okay, now your that counts as you casting the spell and damage, right? For the cold ability?
Yes.
It's not like Badath casting the casting the
it
spell
is
through
it
him.
is my casting of Dragon's Breath. I can put it on anybody and they will always use my damage.
Okay, cool. All right, Mont, you're back up. Can you roll better than a Shambling Mound?
I'm making no guarantees. But I will pop magic weapon before I go.
Cool, okay.
And then, I guess I started hacking on the pink one, so I'm just going to do that again.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it is currently trying to devour your friend here. A 13 is too low, though. Or is that a 14? It's still too low.
Yeah, that's better, though. The damage is terrible.
You're able to deal 4 damage.
I'm also going to Divine Smite that guy, though.
That's cool. I think they upgraded the tokens. They're actually letting me update them like very rapidly. Or clearing out the chat worked.
Oh, nice.
Okay, it's not an undead or a fiend.
No, I'll take the extra 9, though.
9 is good. Yeah, okay. That will be Montlarn's turn, I assume.
Indeed.
Albus Tabber, you're up.
I'm still attacking that pink one.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that longsword damage was 4 points, not 3.
I did take it as 4.
Cool.
Nice hit, Albus. Holy shit.
Good sneak attack. So that adds up to 21. And that
nice, dude.
Very much a hit.
Which one is that on?
And skewer different parts of the vines, stripping this thing away smaller and smaller. I assume that was on the pink one, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
That'll be close to dead.
It is the turn of the blue one, though. It's going to come closer to you, Naya, so that it can get up in there and try to subsume you into its viney belly.
Okie dokie. Good luck. So, I'm 6 foot tall, asshole. 225 pounds. Good luck with that.
It is probably like at least 50% plus those dimensions in all directions.
Scales ain't gonna do shit.
So let's see if it can hit you though, because they're rolling great tonight. Does a 16 hit Naya?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. You have 17.
Wait.
You have 17, right?
Oh shit!
Yeah. All right, number 2.
I do.
Second one hits you.
Oh,
just for 9. 9 damage and nothing else happens.
Cool.
But yeah, you're able to dodge the first blow, and then as you're dodging, you take a second punch from a vine, just enough to knock you off balance. But now you're open to riposte. So your turn.
Being within 5 feet, do I have advantage?
Depends on the spell. If it's a ranged attack, you'll have disadvantage. If it's a melee attack, you'll be normal. Or if it's a
so
spell,
the answer is no?
Yeah, they're not prone now. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
They had advantage on the pink one because he was prone for a whole turn. And this is a saving throw anyway, so. Alright.
Oh, hey, I have an aura about that, don't I?
To help your friends, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're attacking. Never mind.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, it fails the saving throw. Now, Naya, you notice that you think Nimbus's mastery of his element has helped him here. This thing doesn't really care about your cold damage.
Well, wait a second.
Yes.
It's taking full damage from Nimbus and from me on cold.
No.
No.
No. This one is this creature is able to resist your cold damage. Nimbus has magical secrets that allow him to subvert these resistances. He's very good at it.
Magic adept for ice element or elemental adept. Basically my ones become twos, and my anything that would normally be able to resist me does not resist me. Now the other part, as my evocation wizard specials, my saving throw evocation cantrips like frostbite and acid splash will do half damage if the enemy does succeed the saving throw. So it's two layers of things, is that I overcome immunity if they're only, or I overcome resistance but not immunity, so I'll do full ice damage, where you would only be doing half ice damage if these things are resistant. Then if you if it doesn't if it passes the saving throw from your casting,
which it did not,
so it'll take half damage.
How do we?
Yeah.
How do we know that? I mean,
because I just told you.
Yeah.
That sucks.
That's it. So that was the thing. I cast it as a probing spell because I know fire works 50%. Let's see how my cold does because I've got super cold.
I would have cast Thorn Whip again if I had known that frost didn't work. So
Thorn Whip, I don't know if would have worked there because that's an attack, and isn't it a ranged attack or is it a melee attack?
It's melee.
Yeah, it actually counts as a melee. It's just a range.
Okay.
It has reach.
Well, then that would have been similar.
Okay, well, whatever. Now I know.
Knowledge for the next round.
Yeah.
And he lost the saving throw, so
he did take 4 damage.
Fine.
Yeah.
It's Badaf's turn now, unless Naya wants to move, though. Where she's tanking.
Yeah, it'll get a free attack if you try to move, so, keep that in mind if you want to.
I'm not moving, I'm tanking.
Okay.
Cool.
So, Badath is going to go with let me just make sure, with a fly speed of 60. We're going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45 to dip back down in a range where I can put the breath between these two and not hit amber green.
So basically aiming straight down from above between them, right? Yeah. That works.
All right.
Naya, I've got to send you the screenshot of the, hang on, I actually pinned it in my other channel. Real quick, I'm going to go fetch it.
17.
For what?
Just
Actually,
something that you will enjoy.
I believe that should be 19, not 17, because they would be 2s instead of 1s on the cold.
Yep.
Of course, there's a saving throw.
There is a saving throw. All right. So. Lovely.
Yep. 19 damage on both of them. And then from there, Badath is going to fly the remaining 15 feet upward to basically be up here, kind of above Keen, or where Keen would be at right now on the thing.
Okay. Yeah, the pink mound it slowly stops moving, and then kind of it doesn't disintegrate, it disassembles from the shape that it held, and the only thing left is one little vine that is kind of flopping like a snake's tail out of the water. And then it is Red's turn. So Badath is up now, you said,
Badath
right?
is
He's
like
up in the
40
air.
feet in the air.
Okay. So it is 40 feet in the air, you say?
Yeah, I mean, how tall are these things? Because Badath would have been at the kind of the ceiling to be able to hit.
Yeah. They're about 10 feet tall max. But it probes around because you think it can still somehow see, however this thing sees, the creature that just damaged it, and it attempts to attack Badath uselessly because it cannot reach. It just swings up into the air, batting with vines. Badath is able to easily remain out of range of them. And thus, Amber Green, you're up. You're able to watch this thing try to swat a very far away owl out of the sky.
Right. And they all moved, too.
Yep.
Good on them. Good on them.
Here you go, Naya. If you wanna post about not happy about a roll, a spell that you cast.
How wet are these beings and how large are they?
They are about 10 by 10 feet. As far as creatures taking up their full squares go, a shambling mound pretty much takes up the whole cube.
It is 10 by 10 feet.
Yeah, and these things they're basically clumps of vines crawling out, and as you're coming around behind it here, Amber Green, you're like stepping between these twisting vines that are.
How many gallons of water would you say, if I were clever, would I think would animate like that being?
Well,
40?
What are you attempting to do with this water?
Well, if I just destroy water where it's standing, it will take all the water that animates it out, and it will just be a troubled fucking.
You have to be able to see the water?
Do I?
Create or destroy. Usually, in an open
container.
Yes. So
right.
a vine is certainly not an open container.
Fair enough. Okay. I'll have to think of another thing. I was
what I think the spell that would kind of get to what you're going for, just for future reference, is Blight. If that, I don't think it's on your list.
Yeah, I have it.
Naya has it.
Well, it was just an interesting thought. I was like, well, what if I took all the water out of this beast or out of this plant? It would just be a stiff, dried up plant.
It's pretty much what Blight is for, because it's
I don't have Blight.
Plant creature. It should be on your list. I think you just might not have added it because you never want to use it.
Oh, it's a tier 4.
If you target a plant creature, it makes the saving throw with disadvantage. And if you target a non-magical plant that isn't a creature, it doesn't make a saving throw. It just instantly dies with Blight.
Right. No water at all. Just, ill.
So just poof.
Yeah, I don't have that prepared anyway, but it's a level 4 for me.
Hammer is a bad weapon to go fighting a plant with.
Oh, that's up to you.
Okay, I mean it's okay, but it's not bad. It's not great. I should probably use magic, and the one nearest to me is this red thing.
Yeah.
All right, then we're gonna have to like blast it with a blasty. Let's do. I mean, it seems so basic to go back to the just die and point my finger, but
Never played a warlock, have you?
dude, all I'm saying is the reason that fucking paladins in World of Warcraft are boring as fuck is because they're a one-trick pony.
Yeah, but DPS paladins are fun.
Oh, now it's you just do the same rotation every time. 1, 3, 2. 1, 3, 2. 1, 3. Wait for it.
All MMOs, right?
I thought that was MMO. Yeah.
Blow me.
Nice.
What an excellent guiding bolt that was.
Yeah, it's because it took my fucking emotion after the last thing I said.
All right, 25 radiant damage. Of course, the beast whirls around to face you now, with whatever makes for a face on this thing.
I'm also sorry if it wasn't, correct socially to say that, but it's a rhetorical thing. It's a metaphor.
Okay, you're good.
Plus to get here.
Next attack on that one has advantage. Keen's up.
Keen will step here and take advantage of that advantage.
Cool. We'll make the strength save first. Wow. Amazing.
Such a narrow margin.
I know, right?
It has a +4 to that ability. Has to roll above an 8. Yeah, okay. She's able to strike it in the spot that is vital for it to remain upright. So it fails. And she also does 8 damage.
Wow.
Nimbus. The Death will not be able to pull off a double hit this time, I don't think. They're about 20 feet apart instead of 10. Oh, sorry, Nimbus, not Badath's turn. So, what is the actual wizard proper wish to do?
Give me like 30 seconds and I'll tell you what I'm doing.
Okay.
All right, sorry about that. What's
No
it
worries.
just gonna do?
Problem.
Let's see, that thing's on Naya. Is she being grappled right now?
No.
Okay.
Nope, it just whacked her.
Just one. Sure. Do that, but I'll get rid of the other thing. That. The Moon of Cold, that's 60, 88. And then it's a level 5, so I could cast it through 6 people. 1, 2, 3, 6. Oh. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. And nobody is going to get hit by this in the friend zone because that's not how the spell works when I'm doing the evocation special magic.
Okay.
God damn, that's a big cone.
Yeah, isn't it? It's one of those things like, why is it such a giant, or why is it a level 5 spell with that damage? Oh, that's a giant cone.
Because it's everybody gets it. Yeah, exactly.
Wow. Okay.
Shit rolls tonight.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm fine killing them.
I say you guys have been rolling high damage too, so.
Well, my everything was bullshit up until my last roll. My last roll was okay.
Cool. You deal an immense amount of damage to these two creatures, and again, parts of them slow and still, and kind of just flop stiffly to the ground. And Montlaurent.
Okay. Well, the way I figure it, we've got to be getting close to the end of this thing, right? I think I'm going to go back up now.
Monsters, right?
Nice.
Okay, that's a hit. That's 8 damage.
Right. I'm going to Divine Smite that one too.
Cool.
Is your magic sword still going?
Yeah, he hasn't even been hit.
Yep.
Cool.
All right, that's another 9.
All right, and then I'll go for round 2.
That's the crit right there. I see the.
Holy
plus.
shit.
Okay, so that's it's a +1, but the 8 is only on the die, so it's a total of 17, right?
Right.
Okay.
And I'm going to Divine Smite that too if it's still moving.
Is it dead yet?
No, not
Holy
yet.
crap.
Divine Smite. Oh, did that? Yeah, you do it. You do it twice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So roll that Divine Smite again. Okay.
I'll take the 7. Thanks.
Well, yeah, both. So 11. All right. You furrow as much of your power into this beast as you can and immolate several shreds of it, stripping it down to a more core shape that looks like it's probably going to try to retaliate on you in a moment. But before that can happen, Albus Tower has a turn.
I'm attacking the red one.
Let's see it. It is still prone, so yep, there you go.
Nice hit.
All right, low damage, but good damage. 14. Anything else you'd like to do, sir?
Oh, we're good.
Okay. Okay, then blue shambling mound is going to attack Montlarin twice. Here's a 1. No. Here's a 2. Ooh. Wow.
Nope. I do have that shield, you know.
Yeah. Nice rolls. Okay, Naya, you're up.
Yeah, only 7, but at least
All right,
a hit.
Good hit, though. Yeah. 7 more damage, and the thorns are able to slice these other thorns. Vine
It's
whip
kind
versus
of
vine whip.
kind of doing the back at you, baby. See what it likes to take damage from yourself.
All right, and as you pull these pieces towards you, they are ripped off of the beast, gradually getting more shriveled. It is Bedeth's turn, finally.
All right. We're going to go here, and then here, and then kind of continue reducing in altitude. So that'd be 25, and then 20 gets us in range. So that will be
Okay, deck save. Nope. It takes 16 damage.
and then continuing to make a little distance here with extra flight. And that is Bedeth's turn.
Okay. Red Shambling Mound is going to aim at Albastaver with this one. Hey, it hit someone.
Nice.
You are slammed for 14, and
Oh no.
you are not slammed for 13. Just 14 damage, please.
I use my uncanny dodge.
Cool. Okay. 7 damage, please.
Thank you.
You're welcome for being allowed to use your class abilities at always.
Lol.
All right, Amber Green, you're up. The thing tried to hit your friend.
Yeah, I saw that.
Although it is oh, I'm sorry. It should have had disadvantage on both of those. Let me roll the first one with disadvantage again. I keep forget. I totally forgot prone provides disadvantage. It would have hit anyway. Okay, no change. It's lucky.
Fuck it. It's prone though, right?
Yeah, it is still prone.
Oh
no, I'm sorry. It just had the turn. I apologize. It would have stood up anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stood up as much of a mound as
He
vegetation.
was bloodthirsty. I just hit it so well that it did not get up.
Yeah, no, sorry. That was I forgot it was the creature's turn who was prone, and I was like, Amber Green's gonna hit this prone on the next turn, so I didn't even register it. But no, it
I'll switch back to normal. It's good. We can just guiding bolt the shit out of it again.
Yeah, that works really well.
I mean, it's kind of my one trick if I were a pony, but you know.
You really have never played a warlock, have you?
Goddamn.
That is enough to bleed away the last little bits of vines clinging on.
Burn, motherfucker! Huff that, huff that, huff that.
No, don't do that. All right, Keen, you're up. Unless Amber Green wants to move or bonus action.
Here. After I burn it, I will go. Hold up. Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
Also, radiant damage doesn't burn with flames. It
No, it burns with my mind.
Yeah.
I know it's like, yeah.
Burns
Like
with
holy power.
70s film eradicator.
like holy
Right.
plutonium.
I just watched
laser blast last night in 1970.
It's got that like Cherenkov blue.
Yeah, exactly that.
Okay, Albus Tavern, what happens here is Keen leaps on the remains of this vine thing. It is more of a vine pod than a vine mound at this point. She is able to slam
That's lewd.
most of them under her feet. And what comes out is this one single small wriggling vine that you are able to actually catch as it tries to peel away. And it seems like this particular piece was in fact connecting all three of them. And if you want it to be in your hand, Albus Tabber, this vine right now can be in your hand.
Yes.
That's creepy as fuck.
Us. I make my hand slightly warm, but not too warm, like an incubator.
It like wraps around your wrist, but it's small enough and has no tension power that it's completely harmless to you. It's like a gentle snake.
Oh, this is so cute.
No.
I'm gonna feed it and call it Seymour.
No, don't do that.
The pixies who watched the event from slightly far
It's like
enough
a horny
away,
tomato worm, only the tomato is your brain.
they spin back down, and Emisia says, "That was rad as hell."
Ah, you too have been to the 80s.
I don't know, maybe.
It's just a song. It's a format of music.
Natha says, "See, these guys are cool. They killed the giant. They can kill anything out here."
We find stuff.
Anything is a really broad term.
We try to make things better.
It's gonna be our team mascot.
Mizia says, I'm sorry, I didn't notice the vine monster. I was so preoccupied with getting the cool skull all, like set up and ready for visitors to scare off. I did not even notice them.
Oh, so you put the skull here. Where'd you get the skull?
No, that was here. I found it.
Oh, it was already here? You just like, this is a good roadside attraction or something?
I don't know. I guess maybe probably a giant died or something at some point. I don't. It's just here now.
I'm interested in that skull too, but
I guess I just don't.
She already claimed dibs on it.
Don't get the logic
Right.
What's
the story is apocryphal.
Well, no, like I just don't get it. What's the point of having a lawn if all you're gonna have it for is tell people to get away from it? Like, is that the point?
No, it's monsters she didn't want on her lawn.
They look at each other and they're like, what? Of course that's the point. It's fun.
Oh, okay. Well, all right then. Then yeah, it makes sense.
The
It
lawn
did sound pretty cool. That skull.
Apparently, I need to work on my
people, not for monsters.
I need to work on my projection because you couldn't hear me properly from inside the skull. Maybe I need to hollow parts of it out or something. I don't know.
Nah, I'm not gonna lie. I just wanted to dry you out to talk. You sounded awesome.
Indeed. I am the skull, little man in the cloak. I knew it was a joke. Come on.
You made me spoil it? You tricked me.
Yeah, well, we do that too.
It was a lot of fun.
I'm into the show. I also like, performance. I'm a bard after all. I'm going to be a famous bard. I'm going to be a rock star. You'll see.
Well, those things probably would have eaten me, so I guess that's fine.
Yeah, we did you a service. You owe us one.
What?
Yeah, we did you a service. We literally just did pest control for you.
But hey, we appreciate you coming to us and letting us know there was a problem.
That is how the Fae work, though, right? You accepted our services. Now you're obligated.
Now, how does he know that?
I am a gnome.
Don't look at me. I think they're right there. I kind of asked them for a favor too. Like I asked them to come check this thing out. I was gonna,
Well, you and I have a contract. Us. You get booze whenever
Right.
you want.
Yeah, and I, in exchange, am friends with you.
And you help us out, especially against those dragons whom you hate.
Yeah, and that worked great. See, they're cool. It's okay. You can be in debt to them. They're not gonna make you do that much.
We're friends, right?
They have a cool cave.
We'll even probably give
Wait,
you
what? Where's that?
Yeah, if
Isn't
you
that
guys want to
awesome
come
being-
hang out in the cave, it's fine. It'll keep you from taking any more damage from the red cloud.
Just where is it? Like, we should put that on our map.
Like Acorn Meat?
Northeast of here?
Sorry, what did you ask?
Where that cool cave is.
That's our cave.
Oh, that's our cave, dude.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's northeast of here.
Where is your village at? Like, we're not asking you to, lead us to your village or anything, but it's more on like the foresty side of things, right?
Yes, Nyatha says. We stay up in the trees and the trunks. And friendly as we are, I don't think you probably won't be able to find it, and I doubt they'll come looking for you. Unless
That's
something
fine.
really unusual happened.
Yeah, no, it's, I guess more the question for me is, everybody in your village, of your people, just chills in the Redshift. It doesn't affect you, or it affected you once and then that's just how you are?
Well, no.
You guys are acceptants, aren't you?
Mazia says, she got those cool wings and I've got this cool tail. But they say around the village that if you make it to 15 with all your limbs the same way they were when you were born, you're some kind of prodigy.
Well, if you decide you want to hang out with other Fae in a safe spot where you won't take any more red cloud stuff, we know of a place up north. It's northwest of here and it's a pretty long way. But you'd be with other Fae.
Well,
You don't have to decide right this
Nasa,
minute.
what are you gonna do? I'm gonna go hang out in their cave for now, at least. I mean, maybe they'll find something else cool and
Keep doing stuff for us, I'll keep giving you booze.
that one has promises to keep.
He talks a lot.
Law. Built right in.
Yeah, so you both are welcome to come stay in the cave. You won't take any more red cloud damage. Or we can show you a place up northwest. Or you can just keep doing your own thing. That's fine.
Well, the red cloud doesn't really bother me, Mazia says. But why does it bother you? Like,
It's dangerous for us, so we don't go out when the red cloud is in.
You don't even want to try to get like a cool
Red cloud tan? Nah.
tail?
No, the red cloud stuff has been pretty bad for
Like
humans.
you might get wings. You don't have wings already. Maybe you'll get some.
Yeah, it's a gamble most of us are not willing to take.
Most incidents of people being in it while the cloud is out either were never returned with any idea of where they ended up or any remains or anything, or we saw what happened and they got melted into goo, or had
Worse than
part
goo.
of their body turned
Worse
into
than goo.
some crystally weird thing that then that's what your
Now
body
you're
just
proud.
naturally is. Now your
I think
being is changed.
I think they're right, Mizia. I met their mom, and she had this crazy arm. It was kind of
Right.
cool,
Now
but
you're a crab now.
Yeah, it's tricky for us.
And that was just for being in it for a moment. If she stayed in there longer, she might have just crumbled into ash or dust or something.
We found a lot of really weird shit. That is stuff that was, organic left behind during the time of the Redshift.
And then if
wait, you're calling your mom your paramour?
What?
I don't have a mom.
Oh,
No, my mom is a dwarf somewhere, I don't know, in the faraway lands who doesn't even know where I am right now.
She's more like our liege lord.
I was born like most gnomes are, from a magic spell and focus. Some kind of gemstone in my case.
If my mom's still alive, she's herding sheep with my, tribe.
Yeah, the person you described is actually our leader,
oh,
not our mom.
I guess that she doesn't really look like you.
I know we all look alike, right?
You have
A silver dragon.
Maybe not me.
a silver dragon, exactly. No.
Yeah, we're actually a pretty damn diverse little group, in fact.
We are.
We are very pretty. Yeah, we are a pretty people. You are correct.
Oh yeah, Nyatha, I've heard about this. Some people, like some people, they don't call their queen mom.
Mm-hmm.
They just call them like something else. It's weird.
So,
Yeah.
so does your whole village share your and our proclivity towards the dragons?
Oh, ew, those guys?
Yeah, those guys.
Do you all hate them?
We've had to move more than once. Mostly because of the snake things they run around with burning down the forest.
Yeah. Bastards.
Yeah, thankfully you won't have to deal with that anymore.
I've seen Tremors. It's such a bad movie.
Nyatha says, yeah, they took care of it. They cleared them all out of the area and then knocked down that wall that they put up.
Is there anything cool in the skull?
Mizia says, no, not really. I was actually gathering some twigs and stuff to weave it into a little, nest, but
Sweet.
I guess I owe you a favor, so I'll come back and do that later.
No, you don't have to do that. This is your skull by right.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, it's fine. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah, and honestly, you're welcome to come hang out in our cool cave anytime for what it's
Yeah.
worth.
All
You
right,
could take the skull to the cool cave.
It's a little heavy.
Pretty big skull.
It's a little heavy.
pretty big.
I bet we could all do it. It's probably way lighter than it looks. Look, it's hollow.
Albus, it's definitely suboptimal. You just looking at it.
It looks like it's
Again.
25 times bigger than Elvis.
Right.
It's hollow.
You go right ahead, Elvis.
One of those teeth is half your height.
Right. I don't think it would even fit on the skiff, man.
It's hollow and it's drying out in the sun. It's only just recently wet. Probably has like no mass to it.
She says, "It's okay. I like this spot anyway."
We should totally let the group, work on that.
Yeah,
It's a cool spot.
Just let it be a cool spot here. But
No, it's a good spot.
Do you guys want to see the cave?
Yeah, let's.
Okay, let's rock and roll.
I guess so.
I need to figure out a better mechanism for Seymour.
You need to figure out where you're going to keep it.
Probably on my person.
Maybe think about a cage.
I do have my empty small canary cage. That was probably drowned in the cave.
Well, if it's any indication, it's going to grow quite a lot. So you need to plan for a cage for the various growth sizes.
Which is honestly why I'm thinking more like maybe like a leash or something. And then
There you go.
There's going to be like a water pouch so it knows that the leech is like part of it being alive. So it'll give it autonomy, but also, tie it to me.
I see you're domesticating it.
Exactly, dude. It's going to be our mascot.
Yeah, you might want to consult with some experts.
I wonder if you can speak.
That probably wouldn't have been the mascot I chose, but
wonder if we can
okay.
speak to it.
Yeah,
Well, I think the
some
question is it a plant or an animal? Because I can speak with either one. I just need to know what it is.
Seems like a plant. Seems like a plant.
Yep.
I'm just gonna send you back to your cool cave, though.
Sounds good.
as you,
Okay.
Think about this situation.
This situation's name is Seymour.
It is Seymour. Yeah.
Okay. You're back.
I mean, you could put it in the water here, or in a cave submerged in the water, or half submerged in the water, if it wants water.
Yeah, I think you might want to ration its water intake.
Mm-hmm.
You're back, however, you are alone. Dex and Iris and Kale and Noran have returned back to Jose as they intended.
Okay.
You're able to collect the goats who have been milling outside safely around a designated area. Get them inside before the Redshift strikes. Tumbling Avalanche has been helping with the goats too. He has taken quite warmly to them.
Oh, that's good.
Nice.
That's what I was hoping.
And the two pixies follow you into your camp.
Yeah, I mean, I think we probably want to report in, but I would definitely show them around first.
Yeah.
Sure, and maybe we can make some. Oh, I'm totally drawing a blank. Hammocks or something.
Yeah,
Oh, there's
for
been
them.
some things. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Well, they like to hang from the trees, so.
That's a good idea.
They float in behind you. Matthias says, "Ew, gross, is that iron?"
Oh, yeah. Right. You might want to stay away from that.
Yeah, no kidding. I can smell it from outside.
Yeah, this whole place was infested before we cleared it out. Sorry. Should have warned you.
No, as long as it's dead now, I guess. Wait, it was alive iron?
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's
it was.
some creatures with some scrap metal parts and a giant scrap metal worm thing that friend here, Albus, managed to ride for a little bit.
This cave is uncool.
Well, no.
Well, but
we cleared it out. We're making it cool.
Yeah, and it is kind of symbolic.
That's solid mithril over there.
What's mithril? Is that
Well, it's not iron, but it is a kind of metal.
Well, then I'll just not touch it.
Yeah, sounds good. Safe policy.
We'll see if we can't rig up some hammocks for you. But all those animals and monsters and stuff with the iron parts, they were part of what the Red Cloud does. So sometimes it's cool, like you guys have, but it's not always cool, which is why we avoid it.
I guess that makes sense. Natha says, yeah, it's not like we haven't seen bad things happen. Lots of people that from our village end up pretty messed up. But you're from a place where that doesn't happen at all, right?
Yeah, we're all from an area that the Red Cloud doesn't actually reach to. We've only come in here because we were able to find defenses against the Red Cloud.
I didn't realize there. Mizia says I didn't realize there was a place it didn't reach.
Oh yeah. We just kept going in any direction away from that giant tower you can see off in the horizon from just about everywhere. Just keep going in any direction and you'll find a place that it doesn't reach anymore. It has a limited finite distance.
So if it doesn't reach you, why'd you come inside?
Because
help get rid of it?
Stop it. Yeah. And if not to stop it, at the very least to not have a family of red dragons and whatnot that own the area and pick it dry of all the ancient secrets and loot and everything, and then use it to stage attacks in the future.
Yeah, we really are trying to make things better.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We figure it'll be more fun if we make it safer, you know?
I mean,
We have fun in the meantime.
She runs her fingers through her hair, which is just like thorns wildly splayed about, and swings her tail and says, I mean, I guess I'd trade it to fix everybody else. Seems like a good idea.
Well, you won't have to trade in your gifts. It's not going to be like that. We just want to stop it from doing any more damage, you know?
Yeah.
It might undo or recreate some of the reality of the past year or past 1,000 years in a way that, well, we're not really sure what's actually going to happen when we stop it. Could be nothing. Could be really big.
It's true.
We won't know until we've learned more and observed the source and found what we're going to do about it.
Isn't that always how it be?
Yeah, our current quest is actually to help a naiad nearby.
Oh, like a
Yeah,
like
she
one of
whips
the-
up a
one of
mean
the water
sandstorm
ones?
though. Probably stay clear of that. It might just shred you right up.
I'll play a clip of the song I'm working on. It's something like this. I should probably roll performance real quick.
Why?
There you
Oh,
go.
good roll.
A sandstorm.
Oh yeah, all I'm doing is like I'm like, no, it's something like this, and I'm playing the mute. Like I told you, I was writing a song about this particular adventure, so I'm just gonna dump a piece of that.
Not even despite the song, they Nyatha is invested in the question of why is a naiad making a sandstorm? That doesn't make any sense.
So she
Right?
is a naiad that existed from before the red clouds started occurring. The red clouds started occurring and some other things occurred. This giant vast desert used to not be a desert. It used to be all green. And,
I'm sure that was part of the song that I sang.
yeah.
And forest.
Very well. You only played a clip, so you know.
Yeah.
You might have talked about this stuff, but there was just like a verse or two.
Right.
But that's the unfortunate thing is that she kind of got twisted as all of the life got choked out of the area. It seemed to wither her life force, and now she's tied to some small puddle of water at the roots of a tall, dry tree that used to crown a major city that was thriving with life, but no longer does. So, in that corruption, unfortunately, she has become very dry. Water is harmful to her and painful. So we can't just refill the lake and save her or help her that way. It's a tough situation. So in her dry state, she had been contained by one of those dragon people. We freed her from that containment, but she kind of went on a rampage.
And Tia says, you're going to help her, right?
That's what we're trying to do.
We're trying.
Yeah. If you have any ideas of what would be able to help, we're more than happy to hear. But it's we're trying what we can. It's not really a very clear situation.
Yeah, it's definitely complicated.
Yeah, her own water has turned against her. That's probably the biggest challenge.
Yes. And she can't die. She said something at one point when she was lucid talking to us, and she can't die either. So she's stuck in this horrible limbo land of pain and suffering and despair and anger. And the sandstorm comes from the anger and the despair.
Oh.
It's very sad.
You didn't tell me anything like this was going on. I didn't know. I just found out just now.
It's okay. You guys are still welcome. I mean, this is what we do.
It's been a couple of years since we've seen you. We're actually not sure what happened after that last meeting.
Oh, I've been here and there. I mean, really, I was just excited to see a new place after the dragons went away.
Sure. Didn't we get another message from her? She says sotto voce to Montmarn. Wasn't there something a while back where we got a message that she'd sent?
I don't think so. Maybe.
No, because she would have been the one to deliver it.
Yeah.
Well, I thought she sent a message with somebody from the camp who then delivered it to us about something to go check out.
That might have been the case. Yeah.
But I don't remember what it was. It was a while ago.
You should definitely report into the brigadier.
Yep.
Yeah.
They both perch on an outcrop.
Likewise, it might be beneficial to introduce these two to Maisie.
Oh, yeah.
You know that Maisie tends to not get along with the sort of she's a bit of an aberration as a city pixie. And tends to chafe with the ones who embrace the concept of Fae. But that's not to say that you can't try to introduce them.
Good point. Good point. You just mentioned wanting to help out, or at least being interested in
Just saying.
Well, you can call up the Brigadier at any time.
Yeah, I feel like we should do that.
Yeah.
All right, you do it. After a few minutes, she is fetched, and oh, good. You everything go okay over there?
Fucking more than okay. We got a new pet.
It's probably a problem.
You hold up the vine, which several days later is still just fine actually, and it's it you know you kind of figured out what
Has it learned to use my lead well?
it
Haven't you even seen Dark Star, man? It's trouble. It's trouble.
you so far have had to manually water it.
Oh my! Oh, excuse the. I have to squeeze it. Damn it!
But it it does always seem to be seeking a additional mass, you would guess.
So is it hungry? Or is it
Little-
actually looking to
Little
attach to things?
sprigs of roots occasionally bristle against nearby things, looking
Yeah, it's
for
looking to-
something.
A lot more stuff.
Yeah, you better keep an eye on it, Elvis.
Of course, I'm only going to let it glom onto the best products.
Mazia says, I don't know, it's kind of cute. And it gets close enough in view that the Brigadier is able to say, oh, a new guest?
Yeah, we actually helped fix up her house, as it turned out. Not quite as evil skull as we thought.
I understand completely. Okay. Hello on behalf of the commission. You're always welcome in our territory out here. Pardon the intrusion, as I believe you are. This is your native territory after all, but Amazia says, "Oh no, that's fine. Hi. Yeah, no, I've got my thing down there, and you've got this cave up here, so that's cool. How are you in this metal thing? That's
It's a kind of forecasting, I guess you would call it.
okay. I've never seen anything that can do it like with a window. Wow." She touches the hologram and somersaults through it. Right. Dex is on the way, I'm told. He should be here any day now. But are you all okay over there at the? I think Dex wanted to call it Terre.
Sure, we're fine.
Good. Okay. If you feel like you can't make it through the week, you've still got a little bit of time to maybe make it back to Shosei. But as long as you're okay over there, I trust your judgment.
No, we're just trying to figure out what we can do with the Naiad and getting our new friends back here and stuff.
And Seymour. Don't forget about Seymour.
How could we?
Nyatha says, yeah, is there anything we can do?
Well, you wouldn't happen to know anything about purifying a spring, would you?
I can't say that I do. What do you need to do it?
To tell you the truth, we're not sure. We're figuring we have a few options. If we can make the Naiad's water not hurt her anymore, that may be enough to deal with the problem. Alternately, we need some way to remove the curse or the change that the Red Cloud created on her. And honestly, it's a challenge that we have yet to solve ourselves, except for one case that I can think of, and that required the assistance of a unicorn.
I don't expect there's too many more of those laying around.
Matthias says, yeah, unicorns don't exactly just pop up out of nowhere. I mean, they do, but like not all the time.
Right.
I say that it might be possible to get her to accept a new change.
If she's lucid, then that has some possibility. But if she's just enraged all the time and throwing sandstorms, then our chances are pretty lousy until she stops.
Yeah, we have to get her to trust us.
Matthias says, yeah.
Preferably by killing the dragon. But I mean, I'm biased. I like to kill dragons.
She says it doesn't sound like she got a cool upgrade.
No. Most people didn't get cool upgrades.
Yeah.
Have we done anything upstairs yet with the spring up there and the grassy area?
Yeah, we enriched it, but we didn't. That's all we did.
Yeah, and there's some structure up there, like fences and stuff to keep the goats in and everything.
Okay.
But the main camp has been built downstairs.
I was just thinking that our Fae friends may enjoy it better upstairs.
Oh yeah, I mean, I would definitely show them
water
Yeah, they can definitely hang out up there.
in the greenery.
It's a decent place to camp out overnight as well. Like if you're not feeling it down here, you know.
Yeah, if they don't like it down here, then they can go up a level, get some sunlight.
Yeah, and less iron. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking anyway.
Shall feed you only the finest quality things.
Well, the Brigadier says, well, that was a bit of a sidetrack, but I'm glad everything turned out okay. Will you plan to visit All Saints after the current Redshift, then?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so. I've gone ahead and done some plant enriching of the area around the cave.
Oh, good.
But it'll take a while before that becomes apparent. I did the longer version of it, so it'll take up to a year.
She says, "Well, if we ever get the children up there, they might be able to help you accelerate that."
I'm sure, but I don't think it's
here.
safe yet for the children to be here.
No, definitely not.
But if we can ever get the situation at Alsane's resolved, like really resolved, then I think we could bring the children out and we could really get going with. There's several of us that can cast plant growth now, and then we add the children to that, and I think we could really make some significant progress pretty quickly.
Yeah, build an oasis out of this place.
Yep.
Bridger says, "All right then. Well, that sounds like we have a plan. Thank you for checking in. I suppose I'll let you know when Dex arrives back, and we'll make sure we get some supplies sent over that way very shortly. But do keep in touch about what your plans are for this naiad.
Okay.
Let me know if you come up with any new ideas."
Absolutely.
Good. All right.
Yeah, and of course, if grandmother comes up with any ideas, we're more than happy.
Yes. Very well then.
Yeah, I probably want grandmother's opinion about Seymour as well. So as soon as we can get that mentioned to her.
Okay,
That's
well,
probably
then,
a good idea.
Once the brigadier hangs up, you can call grandmother quite easily. Would you like to do that now?
I think, didn't grandmother already give us, or I guess she said she was going to, but did she already send over a wand for interacting with the naiad?
That was the plan.
Okay, but it hasn't actually happened yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know it was very much discussed.
Yeah, that wand is the impetus to my idea of the naiad accepting a new change in order to be able to accept water again.
All right. So you're able to call her though, and
Okay.
she is where she always is, which is upon her tree, thorns and all. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
How can I help?
We found a peculiar thing. I think it's the cutest, and I want to keep it. And I need your help.
Oh, I like cute things. You show her
The Seymour.
a vine, a plant.
It's alive. Seems to be sentient, and it was a piece of monsters that we had to kill.
Some sort of shambling mound. We had seen one once before. The pods where we got the seeds that children came from. That's where we saw one before.
I know what you speak of. I'm
So Alvis has taken it on as a pet.
surprised you were able to find that. Those things usually hide in massive bodies of plant and undergrowth.
It did. It was connecting three different very large shambling mounds, but as the last one was dying, this piece popped out, and Alvis Taver was able to get it. So now the question is, what do we have?
Let me tell you what that creature will try to do. It will try to take any living plant that it can find and gain control of it.
Alvis, you're paying attention, right?
Of course.
It'll do that as big as it can get. And they can be quite docile, but quite territorial as well.
So can it be domesticated?
I'm not sure I would go that far. Um, I've heard of people trying before, but it's a dangerous prospect. Once these things become mobile, they tend to have no reason to obey a master, you see.
So if Alvis is able to keep it leashed, but mobile, is that workable for now?
I mean,
We have no idea how long it will take to grow.
It is the sort of thing where you could, for example, toss it into a brush and use it as a makeshift guardian, if that's the sort of thing that you're looking for. It will tend to stay in one spot as long as it has enough growth, and then once they get too big, they tend to topple over and fall asleep, and there's sort of cycles to this.
Okay.
Could
Is it sentient enough to speak to it? Does it have a consciousness that I can communicate with?
You're likely to get about as much out of it as a potato.
oh,
Okay.
grandmother, I have a new idea. Maybe
Let's hear it.
could we use this to help the Naiad in her change if she accepts it, of course.
They look for living plants. I suppose I've never tried, but were I to think about what would happen if I took one of those as a pet, let's say, as a child of the grove, would it try to subsume me? It's a little frightening, but
Is it possible that it might?
perhaps in my prime, if you had given me something like that, I would have been able to take its power for myself. And maybe then I could have been a mobile dryad. I'm probably too old and withered for that now, but there's an idea.
Do you think there's any chance that it could draw the Naiad out to be interested in either its care or its power enough to have some lucidity for some time? Right now, she's so enraged that the sandstorm is just consuming all sains.
I imagine that when she had her faculties in place, Eska might have been quite fascinated by this little thing you found. Maybe if that part of her is still in there.
I think it is still in there, but it's very brief.
It may not hurt to try.
Okay.
You hear that, Seymour? You might be really important.
Lucent told me to make sure the wand that you sought was sent ahead, and I had somebody from your commission take it on to your Chose.
Okay.
So they told me they would get it to you as soon as possible. Now I cannot promise the wand will allow you to do anything particular, but it should have quite the affinity for tree life and Well, it could go either way. I imagine that creature you're holding would probably try to eat it. So perhaps keep them apart.
Okay, good to know.
Keep them apart, yes.
I suppose that's the best I can do to help. I'm sorry I can't do more.
That's fine. I'm really appreciative that you're there so that we can use you as a resource and guide.
Absolutely.
I'm always delighted to help.
We've started to attempt to regrow the desert. We'll see how that goes. We've adopted the long-term plan for now. And I think our current plan is to begin to try the long-term regrowth of the desert around All Saints, maybe from the back way, so that maybe it will slow down the sandstorm.
I know somewhere deep inside Eska is appreciating your efforts even now. She can tell.
She was lucid enough to tell us what went wrong and what is wrong. So I know that it's still in there. She's just enraged. And it doesn't have much in the way of breaks. So hopefully we can figure out a way to break through.
I know you'll do the right thing. I trust you. So, good luck.
Thank you, Grandmother.
Thank you, grandmother.
There anything else that you want to do during this redshift?
I think I'd like to continue working upstairs on the green area.
Yeah.
Perhaps expanding that. Maybe even making it a bit of a grazing area for the goats. Like expanding that from that one room into other areas of the cave. I mean, I know they won't have as much light or anything, or as much moisture, but maybe we can kind of expand the growth area. Make it a little bit more pleasant.
Maybe also cast the short-term version to make it overgrow.
Yeah.
And
then I guess we get to see if it lasts or how long it lasts.
That's viable. Okay, so you could spend a day doing that.
And everybody, by the time we're done with the redshift, everybody will have a long rest anyway, right? Because I would otherwise be busy healing everybody back to 100%.
Yeah, you can all hit long rest now, in fact.
Okay.
I'm going to be using my tinker tools to add my cage to this weird contraption to make sure that I have way more control over this entity.
Yeah.
Seymour,
yes. Also, I'm going to be treating it like the most precious bonsai.
So while Montlarin and Naya are working on this, who else is hanging out upstairs? I assume you guys are like somewhere up here, right?
I would probably be upstairs.
Got to get that vitamin D at least, right?
Chilling out. Yeah, it's not exactly bright and sunny in here, except for in this room a little bit.
Well, also, it probably helps for the guy who produces water to be refilling the water for the goats.
Yeah, good point.
and the microclimate for this room, this chamber of the cave, is very different from the rest of it. So I kind of It's very valuable, for sure.
Yeah, you're more likely to have the low vines and the roots and any sort of fungus that has grown in this room to spread more readily than the leafy things and flowers.
But it has the moisture, it has the condensation drip, it has.
They can also spread up.
Yeah.
Out that crack.
Right.
And I think that Seymour would probably love this area, but that could be really dangerous.
Oh God.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I'm actually using my tinker tools to do stuff with the cage wires and stuff. And while the days are going by, I'm actually trying to use the wires in order to control directed growth with clippings of particular vine, like green vine.
I get it. Yeah. This is
all right. Well, just be very careful, please. I mean, we live here too.
Oh yeah. No, I'm doing it all in front of you, so you can watch. You can watch the little wicker man get made.
And you can't feed it more than, or it won't grow bigger than what you feed it. So it's completely controlled as long as you don't let it into the plant room.
As long as you keep an eye on it and don't let it get out. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I'm literally putting a wire base in it.
Yeah.
So, sir,
I can use my tinker tools to construct like a little hook at the base of like what would be the wicker man's waist, and then it could have a forever like leash in that like little hook I made.
Sir, along this southern hallway, and then along this hallway, I guess, to the right, that goes from the green area to the right, is there more greenery in there, or is it just kind of like dead leaves and not really?
Really just dirt everywhere else. But it doesn't seem unfertile to you. So you imagine these things may catch over time, and eventually this cave may be somewhat lush, especially with the moisture.
Well, compared to the rest of the cave, it already seems lush.
Yeah, but the I mean the other tunnels and stuff, right?
Right. Well, what I'm looking at is if you need sunlight, if you need green, if you need some sense of water, I'd kind of like to expand the water element in this cave area. But then I'd like to expand the green so that, for all of us that might be here for months at a time, that we have this sense of different environment, different, it's like going outside and looking up at the sky.
Right.
You just need to have that change of environment, and even the smell of earth, the smell of condensation. You need those things to be, I think, healthy. You need that contrast. That's kind of what I'm aiming for. I mean, the Fae creatures might love it up here and prefer it, and that's fine. But I'd like to see, this expanded, and the water element as well as the plant.
I understand. Yeah. It's a long job, but if Naya wants to do it, then she can certainly do it. She has many powers.
Yeah.
One last thing. While you're working, Nyatha flies up on her fractal wings. Montlarin. She says, Mr. Elf, we want to help.
We would welcome that.
So it's like with the Naiad and the dryad that you talked to and your friends at your big city and your injured queen.
Well, we definitely welcome anyone who's willing to help out and do our expedition. If that's what you're suggesting, understand you are more than welcome.
I said, do you think, is there something that we can do?
I'm certain there is. Really, the question is, how do you want to pitch in? I mean, each of us gets to decide for ourselves how we contribute.
Zia says, we're good at finding stuff. I mean, out there in the storm.
And you're not afraid of it. That's huge.
I would love to introduce you to our scouts. They're always on the lookout for new places and interesting things.
Like what we
Are they living at your city?
They are, actually.
Oh, Zia, why don't we go there now and go talk to them, and maybe we can help.
That's a marvelous idea.
I will.
Mom would appreciate that.
I would say there is one thing we've been trying to figure out is somewhere between here and the big city place, as you call it. That's more like dirty, stable, built up, kind of permanent, not just shifting sands. We have a hard time kind of getting supplies all the way across the desert out to here and back. So if we can find like a midway point that we can use to set up a small base and get supplies back and forth, that would help us immensely.
Oh, gotcha! Like another cave or a really big tree.
Yeah.
There's not going to be a big tree out here, right?
I don't think so. But maybe a cave or maybe a something. Or maybe a ruin.
Yeah, ruins of old buildings and stuff. Those are fantastic as well. Just be a little careful because there are lots of things that might try to pop up out of the ground. Or water as the shambling mounds. You know, I'm sure you've lived around long enough in the forest to know what sort of dangers this region has, but I think the desert might present some challenges that are...
we'll be careful.
Yeah.
Plus we can just stay invisible the whole time, you know.
Oh, well, that helps, yeah.
That's a huge advantage.
I know that earlier we reminded you of a potential obligation, and I don't want you to feel like you have to join our expedition or help out.
No,
with that in mind, I would love to release you of that obligation by having you do a favor for us, if you don't mind.
We talked about it, and even though we've been living here for so long, it's not really good. So if we can help you, who's trying to fix it, we should do that.
It's fantastic to hear you say that.
I really appreciate that.
Hold on to your favor. I'll pay it back for you later.
I really do have a favor to ask, though.
Oh, okay.
You may have heard grandmother, the dryad, talking about a wand.
Yes.
You can fly through the Redshift. We can't.
Yes.
Do you think that you could fetch it from the city and bring it back to us?
All right. So fetch a wand, bring it back, and if we find a cave or a building on the way, then we lead you to it.
It would be either leading us to it or leading people from the city to it, because they're the ones who would be setting the base up.
Okay. Yeah.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much.
Well, okay. Mazia, why don't we go now?
Be safe, you guys. Be careful.
Yeah. You can at the very least see them out the door, for lack of a better term.
Right.
So they will be on their way.
We should warn the brigadier that they're
Just
coming.
gonna say the same thing.
Yeah,
Totally.
so you follow them along, get ready to head back down. You, Mott, and Naya, you watch them fly as they do into the miasma of the Redshift.
It's
And
terrifying to see.
No lie.
the instant Nyatha passes through the barrier, she turns to solid crystal.
Oh.
Oh no.
Mazia can barely stop herself mid-flight before just her right foot passes through before she beats back, and the same thing happens to just her foot.
Oh
And
no.
she screams.
Ah, crap.
I don't actually know that it will work, but I will cast Remove Curse on her.
No.
Damn.
They have been shifted. See you in 2 weeks.
All right.
Good session, man. Thank you.
Was there experience for this one, or we'll tally that up next time?
There is XP. There is. Let me get that for you.
Oh yeah, it's getting real late over there. You sound like you're about to fall asleep.
Yeah, I thought you were going to call this session a while ago.
Oh, that's fine.
It's really late for you.
1,100 XP each on your sheet, please.
All right.
Five, 7, 9, 0.
No.
So, floating in the Redshift storm, just out of your reach, is a stationary, crystallized, fractaled pixie. And in your cavern with you is her distraught friend.
I'd be willing to make those rolls from before to do a mage hand to try to get it.
That's okay. We'll adjudicate that next time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
All right, sir. Rest well.
Night, everybody.